53 this morning in the right lane till 6 a.m. And there's work on Arlington Heights Road at the Adams Tollway. 2 left lanes closed each way till 6. Traffic is a service of RCN Entertainment Redefined. Get RCN's award-winning mega-fast 155 internet. Plus watch TV anywhere with RCN to go. All for as low as $55.94 per month. It's mega-fast-tastic. RCN Entertainment Redefined. 1-800-RING-RCN or RCN.com. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte, AM 560 The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer starts next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast from the aircomfort.com Weather Center. Air Comfort, your commercial HVAC solution provider. Here's our meteorologist, Kevin Snyder.
A dense fog advisory in effect for this morning. Low clouds and fog will be followed by some sun, a mild day with a high 69, then a partly cloudy and mild night, low 57. I'm Kevin Snyder on AM 560, The Answer.
Fog everywhere until 10 a.m., 52 at O'Hare. Next news at 5:30. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy starts now on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by the Ayn Rand Institute and the Yaron Brook Show. Heard Saturday afternoons at 4 here on AM 560, The Answer.
Good morning. Welcome to your Wednesday morning briefing. Here's what you need to know to start your day.
Welcome to Chirac, land of pain, misery, and strife.
I'm so proud of the voters of Houston who turned out in record numbers. Yes. 2 out of 3 telling those who supported this, including Hillary Clinton, who wants to be the next president, that you're out of touch with America.
Yeah. Look, Jeb is a nice guy. He's a stiff, okay? He's a nice guy. He doesn't have a chance, all right? He ought to do what Walker did. Walker saw...
he should drop out?
Oh, absolutely. He has no chance.
This is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560. The Answer.
Good morning, Dan Proft, Amy Jacobson. So this morning, Amy, we're going to get an answer to the why question. Why did G.I. Joe apparently commit suicide? And perhaps some answers as to the circumstances surrounding the staging of his suicide.
Yeah, it's at 10 o'clock this morning. I spoke with my sources last night, and I was able to confirm through one source, yes, indeed it was, in case people were wondering, it was death by his own hand. He committed suicide, and a lot of police officers knew that it was suicide from the onset. And they went with this theme, this narrative, that they were looking for a black guy walking around with 2 white guys at 7:35 in the morning on a warm Tuesday, summer day. I'm upset about this for a number of reasons, because we knew right away. We had a caller right away that listens to a scanner. You know, we call them scanner geeks. And he had called in. You were off that day. He called and he said, you guys, this is a suicide. I mean, I heard the transmission. It was a suicide. And that was from the get-go because the officer's weapon was found right next to his body. He had been shot. Later, we learned from the coroner that he had been shot, in the chest and then the upper torso. But they still continued this narrative. They even took 3 people in for questioning, Dan, who they saw on these surveillance tapes. And, what if they would have been charged?
Well, I mean...
it just seems so selfish to me, and it sickens me on a number of levels. And let me start by the number one level. Tax dollars used to look for his killers, $297,000 in overtime. Money that was raised that people, hardworking Americans, because people from New York to California donated money to this family. Should they give that back? They gave them close to $200,000. Time spent. I go to Dunkin' Donuts every morning and I see my copper friends. He couldn't go to his friend's wedding on Labor Day weekend because everybody was called off of furlough to look for these killers. People in the community who were worried and who lost business over Labor Day weekend, which is a big weekend for them to make money. People didn't go to Fox Lake because they were worried about these 3 gunmen on the loose, these 3 crazed people who would be so bold as to kill a cop.
Well, should the family give back the money? That's one interesting question. We'll take your answers to that question as well as your comments on the investigation more generally. 312-642-5600. That's the turnkey.pro answer line. 64636DA is the turnkey.pro text line. I just to rewind this a little bit. So he makes a call to dispatch, and then, of course, they find him on the ground, and they find him dead, and as you described. I don't have a problem with police saying, well, he called this in. We have surveillance now that we've obtained that is consistent with the call. Let's investigate it. That very early on in the investigation, they identified those 3 individuals. They brought them in for questioning, and they released them. So they are not suspects. So that happened pretty quickly. At what point did it shift to becoming the prevailing thought, at least internally, that this was a suicide? Of course, we don't know, but we do know there was a watershed moment where the Lake County Major Crimes Task Force switched their vernacular from murder investigation to a death investigation and refused to rule out any possibilities, including suicide.
We're going to be relentless until we solve this officer's death.
Yeah, until we solve this officer's death. And that's what it was. It was a well-planned, it was a well-planned suicide. And there's a racial implication because he threw in a... I have to say this. He threw in a black guy for good measure. I grew up in the northwest suburbs. I spent many times going to Fox Lake. Black guys don't hang out with white guys in Fox Lake. Okay? It doesn't happen.
Really? No.
At 7:30 in the morning, walking down a street near a swamp and an abandoned concrete plant.
Well, that was happening. Because there was a black guy hanging out with 2 white guys because they had not
been confirmed. I've asked
them 3 times. They had it on surveillance,
times.
And they said they identified them. They brought them in. They released them after questioning.
But they wouldn't say if it was a black guy with the white guys because I specifically asked.
So a black person has never hung out with a white person in Fox Lake.
There aren't a lot of African Americans living in Fox Lake, and the 2 that
they don't have to live there to hang out there.
The 2 that do live there go fishing on the same pier every morning, and because
you have them identified.
Yes, because I've talked to people who live in Fox Lake. I actually went up there. Here's the deal. He did this. He planned this suicide and threw in the black guy the day after Houston deputy Darren Goforth was gunned down by a black man at a gas station. That was the day before Officer Glenowitz committed suicide.
I don't understand that. I don't understand what your point is. Your point is Glenowitz was racist? What's your point?
Yeah, because white cops are being killed by African Americans. And there was one the day before, a very... nationally known one by Darren Goforth being gunned down by a black man at a gas station.
I think that is pretty far afield, and it's tough to make that case when it says 3 suspects, 2 white, 1 black, and then of course the investigators certainly they dispatched that as those individuals as the source of Glenowitz's death rather quickly, as I said. Then they conducted this investigation that has lasted several months now. And now they're going to tell us what they found, including probably the most difficult piece of it, which is the why question, because, of course, you can't talk to Glenowitz. You can't get into his mind, so you have to put together a circumstantial case.
And there's no suicide left. Suicide note, excuse me.
Well, right. So, I mean, sure, that would certainly have facilitated the investigation where there's a suicide note. Look, suicide is a selfish act, and this is not to blame people or families. It's a terrible thing. I know families who have had a family member commit suicide, but it is a selfish act. Sometimes it's mental illness, clinical depression. Sometimes it's an escape. You don't want to face a health issue. This is actually what Robin Williams' widow just said.
Right.
That it was illness. It was that he was early Parkinson's. That was the cause of his. That was what led to his suicide, not financial problems and some of the other suggestions that were made. But it is a selfish act. The staging of it, his decision to stage it, is.
Please tell me that bothers you.
Well, it does. Of course, it bothers me. I mean, suicide bothers me. But the staging of it is bizarre, and so to me, that is something where I'm very interested to hear what investigators have to say.
Every copper that you know, whether they're a foot patrol officer or a sergeant or a lieutenant or a commander, everyone who I've spoken with said they would never ever put themselves in a 3-on-1 situation. And that's what he did. And listen to his final call, because she said the first he denied backup, Dan, and then he said, okay, send him. At first he said negative. She said, do you want a second unit? Negative. And then she said, well, you're going to the swamp. And he said, all right, send him. I mean, it was just... It just doesn't sit well because so many people spent so much time and effort. And it doesn't take away the fact that he was an accomplished officer. He did a lot for the community. Everyone who knew him loved him. But 2 days before this suicide happened, his good friend, the police chief of Fox Lake, was forced to resign, or he took administrative leave and then later resigned, and he was facing his own retirement. And that's the thing. I mean, a lot of police officers identify themselves with their jobs. And if the fact is that they're going to lose their jobs, they might be losing their identity. That might be a reason for the suicide.
The flip side of that is his wife said he had already applied for chiefs of police jobs in other communities. His family had said that. So it's all still very murky to me. John in Bridgeport, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Amy, liar, pants on fire. Why don't you tell Dan the truth now, okay, about the day he was off and what you did to that caller? It wasn't me, but I remember Bruce Willis was sitting in.
Oh,
remember
yeah.
what you
I
said
thought
when
the
that
guy was lying.
No.
And then I later
taught him off. And you said you didn't want to hear any nonsense. So I want you to apologize to that caller.
Oh, I have spoken with him since, and I have apologized. And because of him, then I talked to 3 different sources. I drove up there. I talked to a federal agent that should name anonymous and everything.
We want a public apology.
Well, why do I have to apologize to you, John?
Thanks
All right,
for the
John,
call,
thanks.
John.
But it never I mean, even any street reporter, anybody that has ever covered crimes knew from the get-go that this case smelled.
Well, and perhaps it still does.
Phantom Trio. Ooh.
I saw on John Cass's thread today on Facebook, he was comparing it to a True Detective in the city of Vinci. Like there's still something that's hinky about this, and other people were comparing it to Better Call Saul and Mike's son's death. And I mean, so, everybody wants to get into the dramatization and make this a made-for-TV event, which it probably ultimately will be. I just want to hear what the investigators have to say this morning, but we're going to take more of your calls, hear what you have to say right after this.
See Sean Hannity and Coulter, Hugh Hewitt, and KT McFarland at Freedom Summit Chicago on November 14th. Tickets on sale at freedomsummitchicago.com.
312-642-5600. Grab a line. Your call's next about the suicide death of G.I. Joe. But first, here's your forecast. Morning fog, then some sun and mild by this afternoon, a high near 70 degrees. And tomorrow, breezy and mild with periods of clouds and sunshine. Another warm day. It's the last warm day, so enjoy. A high of 70. Travel times, here's Jim Telemonte.
Thanks, Amy. Good morning. Good morning, Dan. That fog is very dense, especially outside of the city limits. Some places have visibilities well under a quarter mile. So reduced speeds allow extra following distance. Northwest Indiana, there's road work eastbound 8094. The exit to the Indiana Toll Road is closed till 6 a.m. Adams Tollway westbound, there's work on the right lane from Arlington Heights Road to 53. There's work on Arlington Heights Road at the Adams Tollway as well. And at Romeoville, the signals are flashing red 53 at Airport Road. Careful there. Jim Talamonte, ChicagoRadioDeals.com Traffic Center.
It's easy to take your commercial HVAC system for granted. It's always there, keeping your building comfortably warm or cool. Until you have a system failure. With another unforgiving Chicago winter just around the corner, now's the time to have a comprehensive review of your mechanical HVAC system. And you don't want just anyone. You want Air Comfort, Chicagoland's leading mechanical professionals. For over 80 years, Air Comfort has delivered its customers the best trained and highly skilled team of award-winning technicians. That's why Air Comfort is recognized as Star Certified by the MSCA, a designation achieved by only 2% of contractors nationwide. With a service fleet of more than 80 fully equipped vehicles, chances are that an Air Comfort technician is nearby. Schedule your system check by calling now, 708-345-1900. That's 708-345-1900 or online at aircomfort.com.
My name is Dr. Howard. I've recommended Balance of Nature for over 15 years because of the excellent results I see in my patients. Balance of Nature doesn't make any claims of treating or curing any particular disease, but I think the results speak for themselves.
The gospel truth about it is that the thing I'm most excited about is that after having my gallbladder out 3 years ago, I had constant pain in my side that was something that they couldn't attribute to anything other than probably a poor diet. Since I've been on these supplements, it is really making a difference in my life. I feel better. I have no pain.
When you can give your body a full variety of 31 different fruits and vegetables in their 100% natural, whole food form, you receive the unmatched balance of nutrition. Call toll-free 800-2468-751. That's 800-2468-751. Or go online to balanceofnature.com and be sure to enter promo code CHICAGO.
My name is David Hochberg, and I'm Vice President of Lending at Pearl Mortgage. That's right, I'm now Vice President of Lending at Pearl Mortgage. If you're looking to purchase a new home or refinance your existing home, give me a call. I'm the same guy that's provided listeners with honest advice and outstanding customer service for the past 13 years. The only thing that's changed is where I work. When you wanted to do an FHA Streamline refinance to lower your interest rate and payment, you called me and I helped you. When you wanted to refinance your 11% loan, you called me and I helped you. When you wanted to use your retirement assets to do an asset depletion loan, you called me and I helped you. If you'd like to talk to me about a mortgage, please call me at 312-751-1333. 312-751-1333. Email me at david@pearldavid.com. That's david@PERLDavid.com. Or visit my website, am560david.com. Pearl Mortgage is an equal housing lender, Illinois residential mortgage licensee, 4358, licensed by DBO under California RMLA and MLS 19186. PearlMortgage.com licensing.
AM 560, The Answer.
Dan and Amy, who is very angry at G.I. Joe.
I am.
Yeah.
I mean, brilliant plan. Kudos to you. You had us all fooled. And you got your hero's funeral, your flag draped coffin. The governor was there to say goodbye to you. People left their families, other officers from New York to L.A. to come in to honor you, to honor one of their own, one of their brothers, and it was all a lie. It was all a hoax. Not taking away from the man. I understand, that is.
It is taking away from the man a little bit when you call him a racist and
I
other
didn't
things.
call him a racist. I just he played to a narrative that was going across the country that white police officers were under attack by African Americans.
Well, I asked if you said that why did he identify a black person? Do you think he's racist? And you said yes. So you're saying no, he's not, or yes, he is.
I don't know.
Ken
ill.
and Addison, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Hey, good morning, Dan. Hey, Amy, I'm sorry, but I got to call you out. Not only did you, ascribe a mentally ill individual to commit suicide with being a racist, you're a racist because you claim that black guys don't hang out with white guys. Yet Dan points out a fact of where that happens, and then you somehow claim you know these people. That's a very racist attitude, and it's just sad to hear that in the morning from you, Amy. I really
Ken,
had to tell you.
I don't mean to disappoint you, but it's not a racist comment. It's an observation. Have you been to Fox Lake? Do you know the area that we're talking about? I mean,
I would just caution making blanket statements about who consorts with who in particular communities. I mean, let's try and keep it to the four corners of this case. Mac on the South Side.
Hey, how's it going? Amy, I see where you're coming from. I don't totally agree about the whole Fox Lake thing, but you're right. He did take a situation with the guy that shot the cop down in Houston, and I think that did influence what he called in on the radio. But more so, my point is to Dan. Dan, it seems like you have a hard time accepting the infallibleness of some of these police officers.
No.
And to me, in this case, shows that these guys do have some sort of mental issues, not all of them, but some of them, and that you can't always trust everything they're saying. Whether it's something like this, whether the issues with Black Lives Matter, you just got to take all of that into consideration.
We're in vociferous agreement, Mac. I don't think police officers are infallible. Human beings, once they put on a uniform, all of a sudden have an air of infallibility. Not at all. But I appreciate the call.
I'm sorry for interrupting, but don't you think this erodes trust in police now? Because of this one officer's action, or am I just
I think it's always
out of my mind this morning?
I think it's the danger in a lot of different directions to over-extrapolate from the anecdotal. So this is a specific case with a specific officer, maybe other officers involved. I don't know. I don't know the nature of the basis. This is why investigators, what they have to say today is going to be so interesting. The basis for, there's some intimations of a criminal investigation, or at least a professional investigation. So were there other officers involved too? I understand police corruption. I've seen all the documentaries. We know the criminal justice system is operated by fallible human beings. I mean, just think about Illinois and the incidents of the misapplication of the death sentence before we abolished the death penalty in the state, because we were running at about a 50-50 clip, innocent versus guilty for a time there. So I absolutely recognize it, but there's always this rush by some to say this is institutional. This is rampant throughout the police, or it's where something's rampant because of one or two or even a handful of bad actors. And I just don't want to take it that far. I want to keep it to the four corners of this case. That's all. Tom in Kankakee, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Hey, you two. You know, this is my wheelhouse. I wanted to thank you for being among the first to bring it up. I want to tell everybody that Amy is telling you the truth. I spent every working day in Fox Lake for more than 2 years. And she's right. What she's saying is right. Nobody wants to take her word for it. But you don't see three folks walking through Fox Lake at 7:30 in the morning. And you can get the word. I hope you guys call from Fox Lake. I hope you call and protect the family and protect the community and protect G.I. Joe.
Thanks. Tom, I mean, just a point of order. They identified three people that were together.
No, he did.
Well, wait a second.
No,
wait a second.
I don't trust them.
Let me make a point. So you have to either say the police were conjuring this up and they're lying, or they identified three people that were congregating together at about the time of the call, and they brought them in for questioning and then subsequently released them. So either that was a completely fabricated story, or that did occur. It's one of the two.
Amy's told you she will not get a confirmation on that. She's tried from all her sources.
Well, that's not the same thing as it not having occurred, but I appreciate the call,
I
Tom.
think that they fabricated the story. Maybe one person or two people were walking down the street, but they had to tell the public something because everybody was so scared, Dan. People were locking their doors and their windows for the first time ever in Fox Lake, and they had to let them know that, no, we're on this. We're taking surveillance camera from every business, and if any of you own a business, please send it to us. We'll come over and look at your surveillance video to see if anybody was walking down the street at 7:33 a.m. on a hot Tuesday morning.
Kurt in LaGrange, quickly, Kurt.
Hey, Amy, to put thoughts into a suicidal or a police officer may have committed suicide's head, and then to say, like Dan said, where you can't have a racial mix of people walking down the street, just because it conveniently fits your narrative, it's really sad.
It's reality.
I mean, I understand. It's a tragic situation, but I mean, to make the comments you did, and especially the racism comment, which you did make, which Dan was correct in pointing you out on, is absolutely absurd. It's absolutely absurd to get inside someone's head who committed suicide if that's in fact what happened.
Thanks for the call. Thanks for the call, Kurt.
Don't miss Freedom Summit Chicago 2015 on November 14th with Sean Hannity, Ann Coulter, Hugh Hewitt, and KT McFarland. Get your tickets at freedomsummitchicago.com.
For missing teeth, dental implants are wonderful. The advantages are fantastic. They really are just like your original ones. What you probably don't know is that not all implants are the same quality, and there are a lot of unqualified people doing implants.
This is Brian DeWolf. I have 2 implants from Fox River Periodontics. I had one. I was happy with it. So I had another one done, and I love them. The idea of dentures didn't appeal to me at all. I didn't want that appliance in my mouth. These implants are wonderful. They're just like your real teeth, and they're probably even better because there's no nerve attached to them, so there's no pain, and they last forever. Dr. Neruzzi is great, and his staff is wonderful, and I trust him completely. If you're looking for dental implants, or considering dental implants for a missing tooth or for a whole mouthful, talk to Dr. Neruzzi. You'll be happy you did, and Fox River Periodontics.
Just remember, implantsforme.com. Implantsforme.com.
This is Dr. Neruzzi. I personally guarantee your happiness with your implants. Go to implantsforme.com.
AM 560, The Answer.
A lot of nasty messages on the old turnkey.pro text line 64636. Type in DA, then a quick comment. One saying, please fire Amy. I'm ready to change stations. Another person saying Amy was right from the get-go on this thing. So,
all right, that's the Amy rundown. There's a lot of strong opinions on topic.
Yeah.
All right, coming up at 5:35. Boy, that GOP in disarray had a pretty good election night last night. We'll talk about it.
But first, let's go back into the newsroom and say good morning to Mike Scott.
Amy and Dan, good morning. Good morning, everyone. 52 degrees. The devil is in the details. Despite the just passed bipartisan budget deal aimed at preventing a government shutdown, hot-button issues like funding for Planned Parenthood may derail the must-do spending bill. Republican leaders like new House Speaker Paul Ryan appear to be under pressure to show some fight and avoid getting steamrolled. Officials say 25 have been killed in the crash of a Russian-made cargo plane taking off from the South Sudanese capital of Juba. Kentucky voters have elected the second Republican in 4 decades to hold the governor's office. Businessman Matt Bevin waged a successful campaign, he says, to begin scaling back the state's Medicaid expansion that was made possible under the federal health care overhaul.
You all are the wind behind us. You all were the momentum that brought this forward. You all represent those who, from east to west, from north to south, are why we indeed will be the next governor and lieutenant governor of this Commonwealth of Kentucky.
Bevin cast himself as an outsider in that race, focusing on his Christian faith and his personal story. In San Francisco, partial returns show Sheriff Rosh Mirkarimi losing to retired sheriff's official Vicky Hennessy. The sheriff's office there has been in the spotlight, you may recall, since a Mexican national in the country illegally was charged in the fatal shooting of a San Francisco woman this summer. Houston's mayor says the fight is not over, but it was an overwhelming defeat of an ordinance that would have established non-discrimination protections for some gay and transgendered people. Legal marijuana is being rejected. In Ohio, voters in the Buckeye State shot down a referendum yesterday that would have legalized personal and medical use of marijuana for those over the age of 21. Ohio business major Hannah Engler says she's not against legalizing marijuana, but against Issue 3. She still voted no.
I'm all for weed being legal, but not in a monopoly state. I don't think that is the right way to go with it.
Strong earthquake has struck off Indonesia. We'll keep track of that for you this morning, causing many to run out of their homes in panic. No reports of major injury or damage. It was a 6.4 magnitude quake. Authorities will announce that a Northern Illinois police officer in Fox Lake, whose shooting death led to a massive manhunt in September, killed himself. According to an official briefed on that investigation, we'll find out more later today. Court documents show the FBI was investigating whether former Chicago Public Schools CEO Barbara Byrd Bennett fraudulently steered a $40 million contract to an education publisher while she worked for the Detroit Public Schools. And former Illinois Supreme Court Chief Justice Thomas Fitzgerald is dead, passing away Sunday at his home 5 years after he retired and revealed he'd been diagnosed with Parkinson's disease. Bulls beaten by Charlotte 130-105 last night. The news a service of Veritiv, hiring drivers. Enjoy great hours, great people, great equipment, and local routes close to home. It all adds up to a great driving career with Veritiv. Get started at drive4v.com. That's drive, the number 4, letter V.com. And a check of traffic and weather is on the way next on AM 560.
Sean Hannity calls out Hillary Clinton's lie.
We were shown evidence that proved beyond any shadow of a doubt that she and the president and other people that run this country right now lied repeatedly about the cause of the attack on the American diplomatic compound in Libya.
The Sean Hannity Show, afternoons at 2, right before Joe Walsh at 5 on AM 560. The Answer.
Hey, if your company manufactures or markets pharmaceuticals, biologics, medical devices, or APIs, you know the challenges of systems integration, FDA compliance, and staffing. To gain access to Chicagoland's top life sciences engineering, quality assurance, project management, regulatory, software, and validation professionals, you need the experts at Automated Systems, Inc. All of ASI's resources are degreed professionals with decades of industry experience in manufacturing, automation, and FDA compliance. ASI is retained by all of Chicagoland's Fortune 500 life science companies to successful startups. For over a quarter of a century, ASI has excelled through a culture of execution and client success. For information about staffing or a no-obligation compliance or automation evaluation, call Laz at Automated Systems toll-free at 844-HIRE-ASI or visit AutomatedSYS.com. That's 844-HIRE-ASI.
Exergen Temporal Scanner Thermometer is the top choice of doctors and nurses nationwide and should be yours. With one scan to the forehead, Exergen Temporal Scanner provides an accurate temperature, stress-free. Available at Walgreens.
At TIAA-CREF, our record sounds like a broken record. We got impressive results in 2013. And 2014, same thing. We're like, hey, weren't we just here? Then 2015, boom! boom, more impressive results. That's the kind of record you'd expect from a company that's created to serve and built to perform. Intelligent investing, powerful results. Visit TIAA.org. TIAA CREF Individual and Institutional Services, LLC. Investing involves risk.
Mike Rowe here in the home of Cindy Jennings, where she's doing a, what do you call that, Cindy?
My 1 hour happy dance.
Yeah. You see, Cindy, being a smart and surprisingly sure-footed homeowner, called 1 hour the minute her furnace started acting up. Cindy knows that with 1 hour in the house, her problem will be expertly diagnosed, and her professional 1 hour technician will be fully equipped to do the job right.
That's right.
For any heating need, call 855-1-HOUR and get happy.
I'm twerking.
Yes, you are, and it's perfect for radio. Each independent franchise is licensed in its respective state or county.
5:38. Quick update on the roads now in our ChicagoRadioDeals.com traffic center. Here's Jim.
Thanks, Mike. That fog is dense. Allow following distance. Got a fire on the northwest side of Chicago. Kimball at Warner. It's just north of Irving Park. The expressways with mild delays now on the inbound Ryan. The merge to 79th, then from the Stevenson into downtown. 20 minutes from 95th to the Loop. 5-minute delay on the Bishop Ford from 115 to the merge. Some slight slow pockets on northbound I-55 and I-57. Traffic service of TrueCar. Save time and money by downloading TrueCar's mobile app. Configure the new car you want, see what others paid for it, lock in guaranteed savings. TrueCar's certified dealers in your area. Most users save over $3,000 off MSRP. Save time, save money, never overpay. Download the TrueCar app today. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte, AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast from the aircomfort.com weather center. Low clouds and fog this morning. Then sun breaks out, mild day, 69 for a high temp this afternoon and 57 overnight. Fog everywhere until 10 a.m., 52 at O'Hare. Next news at 6. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Tasty Catering, a Chicago holiday party tradition. Visit tastycatering.com to see new holiday catering menus. That's tastycatering.com.
Hey, Joe Walsh here. Political correctness kills. Wait till you hear what the FBI did. I'll have all the details when Freedom returns at 5.
Dan and Amy, so if you listen to the punditocracy and read the accounts from the Washington press corps, you would think the Republican Party is in disarray. It's on the precipice of ceasing to exist, facing existential internal dissension.
You're scaring me, Dan,
Yeah,
with your
I know.
rhetoric.
It's all very frightening.
Stop the hyperbole, please.
And then we have elections, and Matt Bevin, Tea Party favorite, challenged Mitch McConnell in the primary for Senate last cycle. Now he's the governor-elect of Kentucky now.
Yeah, first Republican governor in 40 years.
Yeah.
Has he ever held public office?
No. Right, which also has a great appeal in these times. In addition to that, it's worth noting that now that gubernatorial pickup, that makes it 32-18.
Wait, let me get out my scorecard.
32-18. So north of 60% of the nation's governor's mansions are occupied by Republicans. This extremist minority party that is about to disappear from the landscape. Okay, let's get a hold of ourselves, particularly those of you who are center-right or conservative, even if you just affiliate with the Republican Party out of necessity, not choice so much.
Like yourself, right?
Correct. So, you know, the left's tactic, the Alinsky tactic, make the majority believe they're the minority. We're not the minority. The center-right perspective is the majority in this country. In fact, it's the supermajority. Good to know. On that score, Virginia Republican Party, Terry McAuliffe snuck in, actually I should say slithered into the governor's office a couple of years ago, unfortunately. But Republicans control the state legislature in Virginia. And despite millions of dollars from Michael Bloomberg's gun banning super PAC and Terry McAuliffe and all his Hillary D.C. friends, the Republicans maintained control of the Virginia state legislature. That happened yesterday. And remember, think about this. In 2009, remember the election of Chris Christie and the election, of Bob McDonnell is now in federal prison. But
that guy.
Yeah, but the when Republicans won in New Jersey and Virginia, that was the canary in the mine shaft for the 2010 election, where Republicans took back control of the House, a reaction to Obamacare. So the reactions to Obama, at least in part, and to the political ruling class more generally, continue. So those two things happen. In San Francisco, I think Sanctuary City is so popular. Mark Kirk, the sheriff of San Francisco, Ross Mirakarimi, lost his reelection bid. Not close. Mirakarimi, easy for me to say.
Do you need help?
Mirakarimi.
Just kidding.
How about we just call him Sheriff Ross?
Let's go with Sheriff Ross.
Yeah. He was the face of defending these sanctuary city policies in the wake of that terrible Kate Steinle murder in San Francisco. Even San Francisco gets it.
Mm-hmm.
Not tolerable. By the way, and as an aside, in terms of San Francisco, the city that has given us Nancy Pelosi for these many years, they also rejected an initiative that would have restricted Airbnb, kind of these anti-sharing economy.
Yeah, well, they wanted them to
initiatives.
have only 75 days a year. And they're like, no, if I want to rent out my place, I can rent it out 365 days a year if I want to. It's my property, and I could do what I want with it.
How encouraging is that? De Blasio had to give in to Uber in New York.
Yes.
And you have San Franciscoans treating us.
Treating us. Oh, yeah.
San Francisco, to a defense of private property and entrepreneurial capitalism. Can you believe it?
It's shocking. In Ohio, voters soundly rejected a measure that would have made it the first U.S. Midwest state to legalize the recreational use of marijuana.
Yes.
So that went down in a huge defeat.
And in an issue that has implications here, the Palatine School District, for example, it's being reported as
what? How are they spinning this in Houston?
Well, the proposition
tell
is
us
being reported as it would have provided certain protections against discrimination. No. Special rights. That's what it is. It would have redefined, it would have gone further down the rabbit hole in redefining man and woman. This is the proposition in Houston, advanced by the openly gay and outgoing mayor of Houston, Miss Parker.
And what did they want? I mean, at every public place to have...
All public places of accommodation. So you have...
so you'd have male, female, and then... transgender bathroom?
People who identify, people could use whatever bathroom they wanted per their gender identification as they deem it. So I feel like a woman today. I'm using the woman's bathroom. I mean, that's essentially
similar to the student in Palatine who feels like he's a man or a boy, I should say a teenager, but he identifies as a woman so he can use the girls' locker room.
But
they have a special spot for him in the locker room, and that's not enough.
So this ballot initiative went down by a 2-1 margin. Now, the only thing I would say about this is I'm not celebrating too much. It's good that there's at least 2/3 of Houston voters have some semblance of common sense. But here's one of the issues. One of the issues is just because you win at the ballot box, don't forget what the America Redefinition crowd has access to, just as we do, the courts. How many ballot initiatives to redefine marriage were defeated before the courts weighed in? 33. They went 0 for 33. They couldn't get they couldn't get much of any progress in the legislatures at the ballot box. So the redefinition crowd took it to the courts and all the way up, of course, to Anthony Kennedy's court to do through the courts what they couldn't do by popular will, both directly and through elected representatives at the state legislative level. So don't think this fight is over because it was defeated in Houston. Lieutenant Governor Dan Patrick and Fuego, no relation.
It was not a partisan issue. It was not a liberal issue, conservative issue, or moderate issue. It was about protecting our grandmoms and our mothers and our wives and our sisters and our daughters and our granddaughters. Amen. I'm so proud of the voters of Houston who turned out in record numbers. 2 out of 3 telling those who supported this, including Hillary Clinton, who wants to be the next president, that you're out of touch with America.
Yeah.
You're out of touch with your own party.
Yeah.
You're out of touch with common sense. You're out of touch with common decency. And I'm glad Houston led tonight to end this constant political correctness attack on what we know in our heart and our gut as Americans is not right.
Texas Lieutenant Governor Dan Patrick, dare I say, en fuego, no relation.
Don't miss Freedom Summit Chicago 2015 on November 14th with Sean Hannity, Ann Coulter, Hugh Hewitt, and KT McFarland. Get your tickets at freedomsummitchicago.com.
Coming up next, Chicago makes national news once again for gun violence and high-profile shootings. We'll explain. But first, here is your forecast. Some morning fog out there, then some sun and mild by late afternoon, or early afternoon, I should say, a high near 70 degrees. And tomorrow, one last day in the 70s, so this could be it, folks, for a while. It'll be breezy and mild with periods of clouds and sun, a high of 70. Let's get the travel times and see how the fog is affecting the travel. Here's Jim Telemonte.
Thanks, Amy and Dan. Good morning. That fog is very dense, especially west and southwest of Chicago. Visibilities are well under a quarter of a mile, so factor that into your commute. That fire on the northwest side, Kimball and Warner, gone. Everything cleared in that area. There are signal issues. Romeoville 53 and Airport Road expect some delays there. Inbound Eisenhower, a little heavy past Manhunt. Stevenson, a little slow. Cicero to Kedzie and State Street to Lakeshore Drive. 36 minutes, 3:55 to the drive. The Ryan, 20 minutes, 95th to downtown. Bishop Ford, 20 minutes, 8094 to the Ryan. I'm Jim Talamonte, ChicagoRadioDeals.com Traffic Center.
Merlin 200,000-mile shops are offering car owners 40 hints for money-saving motoring.
Hint number 4.
Worn-out tires can cost you a lot more than new tires.
It's true. In the long run, badly worn tires put stress on suspension parts,
which can lead to real expensive repairs.
Worn tires have poor traction.
That's why so many families are riding on Merlin 200,000-mile warranty tires.
What's your family riding on?
Stop in at your local Merlin 200,000-mile shop for details and a free tire inspection today.
At Merlin, more life for you and your car.
It's never too early to be prepared for winter driving. Start with a free tire and wiper blade inspection at your local Merlin shop. It's one of the easiest and most important things you can do to be prepared. Right now, receive a $50 rebate on the purchase of 4 General tires and up to a $15 rebate on wiper blades. Visit Merlins.com for details to find a shop and make an appointment. On AM 560 The Answer, we talk about the important issues that affect your world. Things like the economy, education, and foreign policy. There's always so much going on in the news that we don't always have the time to drill down and talk about the big ideas behind the big issues. That's where Upstream Ideas comes in. Upstream Ideas, online at upstream-ideas.com, in partnership with the Illinois Policy Institute, provides the kind of information that informs the policy discussions happening here on AM 560. At Upstream Ideas, you'll broaden the debate, move beyond partisan assumptions, and challenge accepted orthodoxies. In other words, Upstream Ideas goes against the current and thinks upstream. Go online now to upstream-ideas.com. That's upstream-ideas.com. You'll be armed with new information and fresh perspectives to spur you on to make the state of Illinois and the United States of America a bit more free, a bit more just, and a bit more civilized. Upstream-ideas.com.
Good morning, Mr. Spencer. I hope this email finds you well.
Hey, Donna.
What was that?
Your sleep.
My sleep? Where are you?
Good question. You look like crap, by the way.
Hey!
Just saying. I'd like to help, but you sleep on that busted pillow from college, and it's keeping me away.
I'm sleeping.
Oh, so you meant to put on 2 different shoes this morning. Rear end that cop. And call your boss Cheryl.
We're on a first-name basis.
His name is Larry.
Oh.
Get a My Pillow, Donna.
Your pillow?
No, My Pillow. It's a pillow customized to you, so it's yours. But it's called My Pillow because... Just get it.
Fine. Then we'll see how smart you are, sleep.
Yes, we will. Person talking to invisible nothingness.
Try the adjustable, washable, incredibly comfortable MyPillow and get the sleep you've been missing, whether you know it or not.
Okay, let's regroup on Wednesday. Donna, get some sleep.
I'm on it, Cheryl.
Make your pillow MyPillow.
For the buy one, get one free offer, visit MyPillow.com or call 800-489-0201 and use the promo code AMY.
AM 560, The Answer.
We're back in the spotlight again.
Well, we're back in the spotlight because the trailer for Chirac is out.
Oh, it is?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
And listen to a little bit of this as narrated by one Samuel L. Jackson.
This is an emergency. This is an emergency.
Homicides in Chicago, Illinois have surpassed the death toll of American Special Forces in Iraq.
Hey, Ptolemies.
Welcome to Chirac.
Chirac, where we at, my city?
Land of pain, misery, and strife.
Everybody here got a man banging and slanging, fighting for the flag, risking that long zip of the cadaver bag. All to the bang, bang. Bang, bang.
It all started with a gorgeous Nubian sister.
What's up, Spinner?
They call her Alyssa Strada, a woman like no other.
You just try taking away their guns.
Okay, the dirty poppers. Cause my gun go boom, I'll make sure a Trojan end up in the next.
So
Oh my
that's
God,
a
this is
little
g-
taste of it.
That's going to encourage people to go out and join gangs.
Oh, well, you sound like a Chicago alderman. It turns out
I sound like a mom who has influential children.
Oh, I thought this was going to be some kind of documentary. It turns out, who would have thunk it? Spike Lee, a fan of Aristophanes, the Greek comedic playwright. This is a bit of a comedy, kind of a tragic comedy of sorts.
Really?
But it's a comedy based on a play, Lysistrata, by Aristophanes. And the play this goes back to like 400 BC. The play is women in Greece withholding carnal relations from both the Athenians and the Spartans to try and get them to end the Peloponnesian War. And so the premise of the movie, but based on the trailer, is these sisters.
You can call them sisters.
Nubian sisters, as Samuel L. Jackson termed it in the trailer, get together and say, we're going to withhold carnal relations until these brothers stop shooting one another. That's the premise of the movie, but it's a movie. It's based on that play. It's not some kind of documentary on Chicago violence. Chicago violence provides the backdrop for it.
Oh, I see.
So
but we
kind of
have enough
interesting.
Chicago violence. I mean, a 20-year-old model who had just won the Mario Tricosi Make Me a Model competition while she was on
Kaylin Pryor.
she was on her way at a bus stop on her way to go sign that modeling contract, and she got shot. And then, of course, you have the fourth grade boy, 9-year-old Taishuan Lee, was killed in an alley, and it's believed to be it was retaliation for his father's activities. But what makes me sick is that his father knows who did this, but he's not being forthcoming with police. He's not cooperating with police. His son is dead, and that's not enough to motivate him to help find his son's killer.
Yeah, that's a problem. Kaylin Pryor, the winner of the Mario Tricosi Mario Make Me a Model competition this year, as you mentioned. I want to mention her name, though, Kaylin Pryor. I was talking to a photographer friend of mine who I didn't know until I was talking to him yesterday, actually did the photo shoot for this.
For her?
And so got to know Kaylin Pryor and just described her in glowing terms and, was really distraught about it and was talking to other people from the Mario Tricosi competition about it, and just it just makes it real. It makes it real for them because they knew this young woman who had so much promise. It's just sad that these deaths, particularly of young people with promise, don't make it real for Tiny Dancer and the political ruling class in Chicago.
You're listening to Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560. The Answer.
AST for Industry. This is John Haidt. My company is Anti-Seize Technology. We are the company behind hundreds of products used by industry and manufacturing worldwide. For over 35 years, my local company has made lubricants, adhesives, and sealants. I put my products up against any other company for quality and value. That's why we say AST for Industry.
Your maintenance crew can save time, money, and your equipment. Slick-On Flow Lube is a superior spray-on industrial lubricant
lubrication for your sliding, rolling, squeaky, turning, press-fitting needs. Slick-On Flow Lube keeps your equipment in service and reduces costly breakdowns. Slick-On Flow Lube is a great product for your maintenance team from Anti-Seize Technology.
We will prove products from Anti-Seize Technology are better for your industry. Contact us for a demonstration. Go to AST4Industry.com. Remember, AST4Industry.com. Check out our line of lubricants, adhesives, and sealants for your company. AST4Industry.com.
He once took a home purchase from one of his competitors just by answering his phone. When the Federal Reserve has a meeting about interest rates, he is the first they consult. When a millennial asked him if she should purchase a condo instead of renting, he had her signing closing papers 2 weeks later. He understands the needs of his past customers so intensely that he answers their questions before they're asked. Some of his competition specialize in a certain product. He specializes in getting his borrowers the lowest interest rates and closing costs available on all types of mortgages: jumbos, conventional, FHA, VA, and he even does reverse mortgages. He is the most interesting mortgage banker in the world.
My name is Barry Sterner, owner of Townstone Financial. Loans don't always get approved or handled the right way, but when they do, it's because you called Townstone Financial. So call me, Barry Sterner, 312-896-2111. That's 312-896-2111, or go to townstone.com. That's TOWNSTONE.com.
Townstone Financial is an Indiana, Michigan, Wisconsin, Florida, Illinois mortgage licensee, 6629 and NMLS 136639. Equal housing lender.
Homeowners, do you have low water pressure in your shower? You get scalded when someone flushes. Many people don't realize that corrosion in their pipes causes these low pressure problems, not to mention leaks and rusty water too. But now, all these problems can be solved with one simple solution. Through the process of repiping, we can replace those old corroded pipes with new, high-quality pipes. You'll have great pressure, clean, clear water, be able to take a shower and run the washing machine at the same time. I'm Jeff Butler, owner of Repipe Specialists. We've helped over 30,000 homeowners, and it only takes us 1 or 2 days to completely repipe your home with a lifetime guarantee and on approved credit for as little as $99 a month. Plus, if you sign up by the end of the month, we'll patch your walls for free. Call now for a repipe, free wall patching, a lifetime guarantee, all for as little as $99 a month. Just call 1-800-REPIPING. That's 1-800-REPIPING. 800-737-4746. 800-737-4746.
Coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Trump's new book is out, and his mouth was out, too, on Good Morning America yesterday. We'll have that.
And then later, America's becoming less religious. We'll have the numbers for you. But first, let's go back into the newsroom. Here is Mike Scott.
Amy and Dan here are the stories we're following right now. Illinois police officer's death declared a suicide. Officials will comment on that report later today. A reward growing in the hunt for the killer of a 9-year-old Chicago boy. And FBI authorities apparently looked into the ex-school's chief in Chicago when she worked in Detroit. WIND Chicago News Time is 6 o'clock.
Fox News Radio, I'm Dave Anthony. They won't be toking up in Toledo. No Mary Jane in Marietta. An attempt to legalize pot smoking in another state rejected.
Ohioans were just not ready to see this.
Brian Wright helped campaign against legalizing marijuana for recreational or medicinal use. One reason, the proposal would have set up 10 growing facilities in Ohio, but only to the groups who helped bankroll the ballot issue. One was co-owned by celebrity Nick Lachey, who says change takes time. Voters in other states also decided key races and issues. Fox's Tanya J. Powers details some live.
Well, San Francisco's got a new sheriff, Vicki Hennessy. She unseated Ross Mercarimi, whose department had embraced the so-called sanctuary city policies that shielded illegal immigrants from federal prosecution. Hennessy says she welcomes all viewpoints.
My vision is also to make sure that we're a department who communicates with everyone, that we're a department who can agree to disagree when necessary.
In other states, voters in Houston rejected an ordinance that would have established non-discrimination protections for gay and transgender people. Now, Kentucky elected just the second Republican governor in 4 decades. Businessman Matt Bevin, and in Mississippi, Governor Phil Bryant keeps his seat for a second term, Dave.
Tanya Kappa was buried with full honors in Fox Lake, Illinois, believed killed in the line of duty. Actually committed suicide. That's what police will announce this morning.
On the morning Lieutenant Joe Glinowitz was shot and killed, he radioed for help, identifying 3 male suspects, 2 white and 1 black. That call triggered a widespread manhunt, including helicopters, door-to-door searches, reviews of video from surveillance cameras, and police manpower from dozens of north suburban communities.
That's Larry Yellen with Fox 32 TV in Chicago. In Georgia, the manhunt's over for a suspect in the killing of a sheriff. Jim Lowry was captured last night after 10 hours on the run. He'd slipped out of his shackles and handcuffs, fled into the woods during a jail transfer. A helicopter spotted him last night near the Lawrence County Jail. Fox News Radio, fair and balanced.
Heavy, dense fog this morning, 52 degrees at 6:02 on AM 560. The Answer. Good morning. I'm Mike Scott. Authorities will announce later today that a Fox Lake police officer whose shooting death led to a massive manhunt in September killed himself. That, according to an official briefed on the investigation. Lake County sheriffs called a news conference later today to announce what they call conclusive results of the investigation into the death of Joseph Glenowitz. Street violence ending a promising modeling career Monday when a 20-year-old from Evanston, Kaylin Pryor, was shot and killed in the Inglewood neighborhood. An investigation continues following the shooting death of a 9-year-old on Chicago's South Side. Tyshawn Lee's mother, Carla, begged anyone with information to come forward.
Please come forward and find whoever did this to my baby.
Two churches now offering a reward totaling $20,000 in that case. A Northwestern University philosophy professor has finally resigned after 3 years. 3 years after two students accused him of sexual harassment. Peter Ludlow was facing a faculty hearing on the claims and hasn't taught classes for 18 months. A few Chicagoans love to vote, even when there are no elections in the city of Chicago. A spokesperson for Chicago's Board of Election Commissioners said they received dozens of calls yesterday for people asking when and where polling stations were going to be open in the city of Chicago, even though Chicago had no elections yesterday. Apparently, folks heard about voting in nearby states and didn't want to be left out. Chicago sports, Charlotte knocked out the Bulls 130-105 last night. College football right here on AM 560. Freshman quarterback Ryan Graham led Northern Illinois on two fourth-quarter scoring drives, and they rallied to beat unbeaten and number 20 Toledo 32-27. The news service of Gerber Collision and Glass. With over 75 years of experience and a national lifetime warranty, it's no wonder Gerber is so highly recommended. Visit one of their nearly 60 Chicagoland locations or visit GerberCollision.com. A check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
One event. One day only. With all of these names together. Sean Hannity, Ann Coulter, Hugh Hewitt, KT McFarland, Katie Pavlich, and Guy Benson. It's Freedom Summit Chicago 2015, November 14th in Itasca. Tickets begin at just $29 and are on sale now at freedomsummitchicago.com. Don't miss this exclusive event. Go to freedomsummitchicago.com. That's freedomsummitchicago.com.
The following is a paid political announcement.
I'm Willie Wilson, candidate for President of the United States. As President, I will make economic empowerment a priority.
Paid for by Willie Wilson 2016.
Mike Rowe here. Today I'm with Frank, one of the heating and cooling pros at 1 Hour. Frank's got his head up a vent right now. How's it going up there? Frank knows what he's talking about. He's been with 1 Hour for how long, Frank?
14 years.
That's a long time. Over that time, he's worked on tons of different equipment, taken countless hours of training, and that makes Frank the man.
No, Mark Rowe's the
I'm
man.
sorry, Frank. Say again?
Mark Rowe's the man.
I heard him the first time. For any heating need, call 855 1 Hour today. Say it again, Frank.
Mike Rowe's the man.
That's what I'm talking about. Each independent franchise is licensed in its respective state or county.
It is 6:05. Let's get an update on the roads this morning in our Chicago RadioDeals.com traffic center. Foghorn in hand. Here's Jim Telemonte.
Thanks, Mike. Yeah, it's really dense out there, especially west and southwest of Chicago. Plan accordingly. CTA reports some delays on the Blue Line after there was an unauthorized person on the tracks northwest of Chicago. Eden's fine. Kennedy's still good, too, but the inbound Eisenhower has delays. Manheim to First Avenue. 36 minutes, Thorndale to downtown, outbound 33. Stevenson is 38 minutes, 355 to Lakeshore Drive. Bryan, 23 minutes, 95th to downtown. Problems on the Adams Tollway eastbound. Jammed 25 to past Beverly with a crash.
Only the center lane is open. Then it's stop and go Barrington Road to Roselle Road and heavy from the Des Plaines Oasis to Lee. Traffic is a service of Amtrak. Extra legroom and frame-worthy views come standard with every ticket. Go somewhere really fascinating, your own country. Book a trip on Amtrak and get extra legroom, extra outlets, and panoramic windows for postcard-worthy views. Get 20% off with saver fares at Amtrak.com. Amtrak, see where the train can take you. Restrictions apply. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte, AM 560 The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast from the AirComfort.com Weather Center. Air Comfort, your commercial HVAC solution provider. Here's meteorologist Kevin Snyder.
Dense fog advisory in effect for the morning with low clouds and fog followed by some sun today, high 69, then a partly cloudy night, low 57. Breezy tomorrow with clouds and sun, high 70. Breezy with periods of rain late tomorrow night, low 53. I'm Kevin Snyder on AM 560, The Answer.
Fog everywhere until 10 a.m. 52 O'Hare, 54 along the lake, 51 in Aurora. Your next news update is at 6:30. And Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by HealthQuest Radio with Dr. David Kolbaba. HealthQuest Radio is heard Saturday mornings at 11 o'clock here on AM 560, The Answer.
Good morning. Welcome to your Wednesday morning briefing. Here's what you need to know to start your day.
Welcome to Chirac, land of pain, misery, and strife.
I'm so proud of the voters of Houston who turned out in record numbers. 2 out of 3 telling those who supported this, including Hillary Clinton, who wants to be the next president, that you're out of touch with America.
Look, Jeb is a nice guy. He's a stiff, okay? He's a nice guy. He doesn't have a chance, all right? He ought to do what Walker did. Walker
he should drop out?
Oh, absolutely. He has no chance.
This is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560, The Answer.
Good morning. What up, Dan and Amy? So, in addition to your Make America Great Again ball cap that you're waiting for, Amy?
I check the mailbox every day, and now I'm thinking that somebody snatched it up, helped themselves to my Make America Great Again hat.
Well,
Dan, what do you know, Dan?
They're popular.
Mm-hmm.
They're popular. Perhaps you could facilitate the hat if you also ordered Donald Trump's new book, which is out.
Oh.
Crippled America, Making America Great Again begins at home. It means restoring a sense of dignity to the White House and to our country in general, writes Trump. The President of the United States, the most powerful person in the world, the President is a spokesman for democracy and liberty. Isn't it time we brought back the pomp and circumstance and the sense of awe for that office that we all once held? I think we have the pomp and circumstance. It's
we have that covered.
Latter part. Some highlights from the Trump book.
Did you read it all? Because you are a speed reader, right?
I don't have it yet, but I am going to get it. I'm going to read it.
Can I borrow it when you're done? And
Yes,
I mean,
you can.
I'm seriously, I want to borrow it.
I'll leave the dog ears in too as well for the good parts. Here's some excerpts though to tease you to buy Crippled America, Trump's new book. On reporters, this alone, this paragraph alone is the reason I'm going to buy this book. Donald Trump on reporters, they are horrible human beings.
Oh my.
There is no question that considering all the press I've had, both good and bad, I've definitely met people at both the very top as well as the lowest end of the food chain. I mean, the very bottom. They are horrible beings. They are dishonest. I've seen these so-called journalists flat out lie. I say that because incompetence doesn't begin to explain the inaccurate stories they've written. There is no other explanation.
This is third-rate radio announcer.
So,
sure.
Is the book written in all capital letters? Is it a long piece of literature here?
It's a coloring book.
It's a coloring stuff. Well, we know he doesn't like Jorge Ramos.
Trump has a question about immigration. Your immigration plan.
Okay, who's next? Yeah, please. Excuse me, sit down. You weren't called. Sit down. Sit down. Sit down.
I mean,
sit down. Does he talk about Jorge Ramos in his book?
I don't know, but Trump's treatment of the media is one of the things I do enjoy, to be quite honest.
Uh-huh.
Of
course, I'm appalled.
I'm borderline gleeful when he treats the media that way.
So you like that soundbite?
Yeah, some other more important points, I suppose, at least in terms of thinking of him as the commander-in-chief, for example. On his rules of engagement, Trump writes, "My rules of engagement have always been pretty simple. If we're going to intervene in a conflict, there had better be a direct threat to our national interests. The threat should be so obvious that most Americans will know where the hot spot is on the globe and will quickly understand why we are getting involved. Also, we'd better have an airtight plan to win and get out." It's standard issue.
Okay.
Be happy to sit down with the Iranian leaders, he said, because, he's got to negotiate a good deal.
He's a deal maker, man. He's
I mean,
the best. He's huge at it.
If he's willing to negotiate with television executives, then the Iranian dealers would be, the Iranian, arms dealers, but the Iranian mullahs would be child's play by comparison, I suppose. So that was Trump in his book. Trump was on Good Morning America because now he's doing, he's always doing media, of course, but he's got to promote the book, and he's also, of course, commenting on the race.
Right, and he has to stay in New York right now because he's practicing for Saturday Night Live. They have rehearsals every night.
Yeah, that's right.
He has to nail it, Dan, and make sure that he can do it.
I think he's going to be good. As much as prickly as Trump can be when he's criticized, he actually is also sometimes rather self-effacing. He takes some of the criticism in stride. I mean, he modulates his outrage. He modulates his attacks. It's all quite interesting. And he writes in his book, look, on the media, again, I use the media the way the media uses me, to attract attention. Once I have that attention, it's up to me to use it to my advantage. I learned a long time ago that if you're not afraid to be outspoken, the media will write about you or beg you to come on their shows. If you do things a little differently, if you say outrageous things and fight back, they love you. So sometimes I make outrageous comments and give them what they want, viewers and readers, in order to make a point.
I think, you know what? I think something's happening right now. I think you're warming up to Donald Trump.
Well, no, I've always appreciated how he games the media the way the media tries to game everybody else. And I wish more people were as aggressive, particularly from a center-right perspective, were as aggressive with the media as Trump is, aggressive in a different way than Trump is. But I do appreciate him turning the tables. I like that. Well, is he my candidate for president? No, absolutely not.
Well, for the first time, he's going to air TV ads in Iowa because he's not winning. And last week, he begged Iowans, come on, guys, let's get this going.
Will you get the numbers up, Iowa, please? This is ridiculous. I am second. It's not like terrible, but I don't like being second. Second is terrible to me.
So they'll be airing today, the first ones. Well, he's never had to spend money before, because why spend money? Because you get advertisement for free.
Well, he was always going to have to spend money, and he knew that. He mentioned in his sit-down with Stephanopoulos on Good Morning America, Clinton Foundation Donor Zero, George Stephanopoulos, that there's an Iowa poll. I think he mentioned it was PPP that had him back up in Iowa. I don't know. But Trump had this to say about Ben Carson, who is not only beating him in Iowa, but also beating him currently in some national polls as well.
It's going to be maybe tight, and I like Ben. I like a lot of the other candidates, too. Some I don't like, to be honest with you.
How do you
stop
like Ben?
I think that Ben just doesn't have the experience. Hey, look, I'm going to make the greatest deals you've ever seen on trade. We're going to run the military properly. I'm going to take care of the vets. Ben can't do those things. Ben cannot deal on trade. Ben cannot deal with... It's not his thing, George. You're born with it. It's not his thing. He hasn't got the temperament for it. It's not the right thing for him. And there are right things for him.
Yeah.
I agree. I think if my son had a brain tumor, if you had a brain tumor, you'd want Ben Carson, the neurologist, the surgeon, to operate on you. But I don't want him to operate the country. I agree with Donald Trump 100%. He doesn't have what it takes. I mean, remember when the impending hurricane was coming down? They said, well, what would you do? And he said, I don't know. I mean, that doesn't display any leadership. He doesn't. This is just a way for him to sell books and keep his name out there.
I don't think so.
This is not going to stick. We're throwing a lot of stuff against the wall and seeing what sticks, and I don't think Ben Carson is going to stay.
Well, he may not be the nominee, but I don't know. You don't think Ben Carson has the chops to be president, or more importantly, the temperament to be president? Because that was the direct criticism. 312-642-5600. That's the Turnkey.pro answer line. 646-36DA is the Turnkey.pro text line. Ben Carson doesn't have the temperament to be president of the United States. He strikes me as pretty even keel guy.
Mm-hmm. You have to be a successful surgeon.
Right,
Yeah.
exactly. And don't you want a steady hand on the rudder at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue?
Can you see him on a meeting with world leaders?
Yeah.
You can, I can't.
He's cerebral. He's thoughtful. He's measured. So, not everybody has to be bombastic or be in your face or be, ostentatious or audacious to be a good negotiator, to be effective. It's a legitimate question to say what executive experience does Ben Carson have, although he does have some. He served on corporate boards. That's not quite the same thing as running a company, I understand, or building a company, but it's still some business experience. He has a foundation. The whole you're born with it. You either have it or you don't. You're born with it. I don't think so. Most children are not born with a deep understanding of economics. And frankly, Donald Trump doesn't have a great understanding of economics, or he does understand it and he's just wrong with some of the protectionist policies he's proposed. I don't want to get in a trade war with China. Seems like or Mexico for that matter. Donald Trump seems open to that possibility. That's bad policy, no matter how tough he is as a negotiator. It's bad policy. So he's starting from a bad premise that gets you a bad result. Ben Carson seems to be, and there are exceptions because Ben Carson's talked about kind of a minimum wage and some other bad economic policies. But to me, you always have to go back to what is the philosophy underpinning the positions people take, because that will tell you where they're going to go. I don't see anything about Ben Carson, particularly from a temperament that would say, I would be concerned about him in the White House.
I have the perfect role for Dr. Ben Carson. He should be in charge. Once a Republican takes over the White House, or maybe if a Democrat does, he should be in charge of the Department of Health and Human Services.
Oh,
he should be that cabinet member. That would be perfect for him.
Nobody could potentially be better suited to try and unwind Obamacare along with the Congress than Ben than Dr. Carson, I should say.
But when he tried to explain his economic plan and his tax plan at the last debate, and the woman, Betty Quick, what's her name?
Becky
Quick. I thought she destroyed him. That was the only time in the debate that I thought that the moderators shined. Was because she said, even if we do that, we're still going to have a deficit of this much, and he couldn't talk on the economic front.
No, I disagree with that assessment. Here's the other thing, by the way. Carson getting a new scrutiny now that he's one of the front runners. Interesting piece in the Daily Beast. Carson, during his 30-year career as a neurologist, was sued for malpractice 8 times.
Oh, that's not.
Right. The point is that's nothing.
That is nothing.
A 2011 study in the New England Journal of Medicine found that 19% of neurosurgeons deal with some kind of malpractice claim every single year of their practice. So Carson, and these malpractice claims, complicated surgery and so forth, are a matter of course in our litigious society. So I just wanted to be clear that his record is being examined, because one of the things Trump has said previously, you look at his record and, he's kind of one of those. He doesn't make the accusation. He just raises the doubt. Well, now it's being looked at, and it seems that the gifted hands did indeed have gifted hands during his 3-decade career as a neurosurgeon. We'll take your calls on this, as well as the possibility of a Cruz and Rubio ticket, or Rubio and Cruz. Take your calls after this.
See Sean Hannity and Coulter, Hugh Hewitt, and KT McFarland at Freedom Summit Chicago on November 14th. Tickets on sale at freedomsummitchicago.com.
312-642-5600. Grab a line. Your call's next. And first, here's your forecast. A foggy start in the outlying communities in the suburbs. Then some sun. Mild by this afternoon. A gorgeous day. A high of 69 degrees. Then tomorrow, our last day in the 70s, probably for a long time. It will be breezy, mild with periods of clouds and sun, a high of 70 degrees. Let's see if the fog is affecting the travel times. Here's Jim.
Well, certainly is slow, Amy, on the eastbound Adams Tollway due to the crash. Not sure if the fog was a factor, but it is pretty foggy out there near Beverly Road. It is jammed on eastbound I-90, 31 to past Beverly with a crash. There is a truck in the ditch. Only the center lane is open. Northbound Tri-State slow from the Stevenson to the Hinsdale Oasis, then it's slow at 290. Eden's 22 minutes, like Cook to Montrose. Kennedy, 26 minutes, O'Hare to downtown, outbound 22. The Ike, 42 minutes, Thorndale to downtown, outbound 36. Stevenson, 42 minutes, 355 to Lakeshore Drive. Orion, 23 minutes, 95th to downtown. problem on Metro's Union Pacific Northwest line. Train is stopped near Harvard. There's a vehicle stuck on the tracks. Jim Talamonte, ChicagoRadioDeals.com Traffic Center.
Looking to secure financing on a new home or refinance your existing home, then you need to do what Amy did when she needed a mortgage, and that's called David Hochberg at Pearl Mortgage. George called to finance a condo he was purchasing in Colorado. David reviewed George's current mortgage he secured from his good friend at his bank to see if it made sense to use George's current home's equity for the new condo's down payment. David asked George if his good friend bought him flowers, chocolates, and gave him cab fare because he had a terrible loan. David recommended doing a cash-out refinance, which would reduce his current rate and use his home's equity for the down payment on the condo. This also allowed George to not borrow from his retirement account, which he didn't want to do. If you're purchasing a home and want to work with an honest lender, do what Amy and George did. Call David, 312-751-1333. That's 312-751-1333. Or visit am560david.com. That website, am560david.com. David's helped Amy and George as well as thousands of AM560 listeners, but he can't help you if you don't call. So call David, 312-751-1333. Again, 312-751-1333. Pearl Mortgage is an equal housing lender, Illinois residential mortgage licensee 4358, licensed by DBO under California RMLA NMLS 19186. PearlMortgage.com/licensing.
Call Quicken Loans now at 800-QUICKEN to see if you qualify for the government's Home Affordable Refinance Program, or HARP. And for 5 years in a row now, J.D. Power has ranked Quicken Loans highest in the nation in customer satisfaction. And for the second year in a row, they've also ranked us highest in mortgage servicing. Call 800-QUICKEN or visit QuickenLoans.com.
Visit jdpower.com for award information. Call for cost information and conditions. Equal housing lender. Licensed in all 50 states. NMLSConsumerAccess.org. Number 3030.
How do you stay connected to your business when your work has you traveling from Miami on Monday to Tacoma on Tuesday? You call Regis at 1-800-OFFICES. Regis offers drop-in business lounges, meeting rooms, and office space in more than 3,000 locations worldwide, allowing you to work from anywhere at any time, all on your terms. Call Regis today at 1-800-OFFICES and get a free office or meeting room for a day. Regis, here to help you grow.
A little preventive maintenance before the holiday season could save you thousands of dollars and a lot of heartache.
Hi, I'm Roy Spencer, president of Permaseal. The holidays are tough on your sewer lines. Overuse of garbage disposals and paper products, in addition to grease buildup, can clog your sewer line. And a clogged sewer line can result in raw sewage backing up into your home. You'll want to avoid that unpleasant surprise when your family comes to visit. Permaseal has a simple solution to help you prevent this disgusting problem. Call 800-421-SEAL by November 30th and pay only $199 for your sewer rotting service. A certified Permaseal technician will rod your main sewer line and eliminate any blockages. For over 36 years, our mission has been to provide a superior customer experience and the greatest value. Call 800-421-SEAL. Don't wait until it's too late. Call 800-421-SEAL or visit Permaseal.net.
Restrictions apply. See your Permaseal representative for further details.
Best for me and better Permaseal.
AM 560, The Answer.
Dan and Amy, so Carson doesn't have the temperament for the job of President of the United States, so says Donald Trump. What say you, Alan and Wilmette? You're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Yeah, Dan, two things I want to take issue with you about. First, the media bashing, I don't get it. You know, a handful of bad questions on these debates should not turn into a full-blown attack on the media.
Oh, it's much bigger. It's much bigger than the CNBC debate. It's much bigger than that.
Dan, let me ask you a question. Do you really think the country would be better off if you didn't have a hard-hitting media? Is that what you're advocating? I'm what's your alternative?
Is this one of these famous Obama straw man arguments I've heard so much about? That's hilarious. Alan, stop talking, and I'll answer the question. I am a strong proponent of a free press and the Fourth Estate. This is an issue of how the media does its job, not whether the media should exist. Stop being silly.
Well,
what's your next point? What's your next point?
Okay, my next point is on Ben Carson. You know, running a government is not about temperament alone, and it's not about philosophy. It's about decision making, and the man has no qualification to be making decisions about war, peace, nuclear weapons, or 1,000 other issues that come across the president's desk.
Who's your candidate?
Who's Leonard, I'm on the Republican Party. John Kasich is the only one who I think is remotely qualified.
Okay. All right.
He's
Thanks,
my favorite.
thanks
Yeah.
for the call, Alan.
Is he still on your Christmas card list?
John Kasich?
Alan?
Oh, it's okay. We just had to
It's
set
all right,
Alan straight
yeah.
on the media. That's all. Will and Skokie, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Good morning. I think that Carson is way better than Trump for this. First of all, he's not an egotist. He's a very humble man. And in humility, you get wisdom. You listen to your advisors. You know that there's people who have more knowledge about certain things than you do. This is unlike President Obama, who thinks he knows everything and who will never back down on a decision. Plus, the previous caller, not trying to slam him or anything, but hey, man, if you're at that level of medicine, you're making life and death decisions all the time.
True.
I think that, granted, he hasn't been able to articulate to the level that the press would have us believe is necessary some of his policies, but then, again, I don't really listen to the press all that much anymore.
Thanks for the call, Will.
I'm just not up for another experiment. I'm really not. And he just doesn't, he's not the voice that America needs right now. He's not strong enough for me. There's something about him that it just makes me think that he's all in this just to sell books, which he's doing. He's selling books.
Well,
making a lot of money off of this.
Jack and Elgin may have the ticket for you. Jack?
Good morning, guys. I totally agree with Amy. Ben Carson would be perfect for Health and Human Services. My dream ticket would be Fiorina for president. She's the one candidate out there who can crush Hillary. She's no nonsense. Rubio for vice president. He's a little young now, but in 8 years, he'd be perfect to carry the brand on for 8 more years. Christie as Attorney General. Let's get the IRS and Hillary where they belong. And Donald Trump has a role. I think he should be our trade ambassador to China. I think his jet circling Bangkok a few times before it lands would do us nothing but good.
Thanks for the call, Jack.
And Jeb Bush is a guy I want to sit next to on a plane.
Really?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Oh, yeah.
Donald Trump weighed in on Jeb Bush
Oh, he
yesterday on
did?
Good Morning America. He had this to say.
Look, Jeb is a nice guy. He's a stiff, okay? He's a nice guy. He doesn't have a chance, all right? He ought to do what Walker did.
behind the camera.
Walker
You think he
saw,
should drop out?
Oh, absolutely. He has no chance. He's got money, but the money's not going to do it. And he's been branded as a low-energy person. I don't know who branded
By
him
who?
that. I don't know. I can't imagine.
I mean,
I don't know who branded him that. Oh, I did. Jeb is a
hey, look,
stiff.
let's just be honest. He's a stiff. Pretty funny stuff. But I do know one thing about Jeb. He loves his dad.
He loves, wait. He loves his dad so much. I love my dad.
I love my dad. I'd kill for him. I'd go to prison for him because I love him so much.
Jeb, you had me at you love your dad. Yeah, take it easy.
I'd kill for him. I'd go to prison for I love him.
Jim in Bolingbrook, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Good morning. The last caller was talking about Ben Carson and his qualifications. Isn't that what we're doing in cities, states, and federal government? We're just offering up the son of somebody. Does that make him qualified because he was the son of a president or son of a mayor? That's the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard.
Thanks for the call, Jim. It certainly hasn't been working out in Chicago and Illinois too well.
I'm the tortoise in the race, but I'm a joyful tortoise.
This is the morning show more Chicago radio listeners are choosing. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
One of the hardest things to accomplish as a small business owner or a healthcare professional is identifying how to take your business to that next level. Fortunately, you can rest easy knowing you're not the only one. On Tuesday, November 10th, a healthcare summit and business event is coming to Drury Lane in Oak Brook. This summit will provide a unique opportunity for small business owners and healthcare leaders to network, showcase, and work together to transform the region's marketplace into the best in the nation. It provides a fantastic forum to introduce your business and make valuable connections, all while learning and growing in your community. Last year, this event drew over 2,000 participants, and it's expected to draw even higher this year. Use this experience to better your trade and take part in educational sessions. Listen to inspirational speakers and partake in the vendor fair and expo. Register today and grab booth space while you still can by visiting thebusinessevent.com. That's thebusinessevent.com. Sponsored by the Metropolitan Chicago Healthcare Council, Jewish B2B, and the Small Business Advocacy Council.
Be like Sam, be like me, be like thousands of others who sleep on a MyPillow every night, and it will make you go night-night.
I'm sleeping through the night a whole lot better than I used to because it does conform to your head and it doesn't seem to crush down. The other pillows I've had, I used them. They didn't work well. Turning to my pillow, I looked at that and I said, this is probably one of something just like the ones I've got. It turned out to be a whole lot different, a whole lot better.
So don't wait any longer. As you heard from Sam and from me, MyPillow does help with snoring, headaches, neck pain, insomnia, allergies. Plus, MyPillow is washable and it keeps its shape to give you support where you need it most. That's why it was named the official pillow of the National Sleep Foundation. American made. And go right now to MyPillow.com. Type Amy in the promo code. Buy one, get one free offer still available. So keep one for yourself and give one as a gift for the upcoming holidays. MyPillow.com, promo code Amy, or call 800-489-0201. That's 800-489-0201.
AM 560, The Answer.
And coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer.
At 6:36, we talked to Jay Towie, the president of Ave Maria Law School, about the proposition in Houston and the policies that may find their way to courts in the non-discrimination space, the new policies. We'll talk to him.
And then why Americans and how many Americans are becoming less religious. We'll have the numbers for you because I love math. But first, let's go back into the newsroom and say hello again to Mike Scott.
Amy and Dan, it is very foggy out there this morning, dangerously foggy in spots. Drive with care. Volkswagen shares falling after the company's revelation that it had understated carbon dioxide emissions for 800,000 cars. A Russia-made cargo plane has crashed in South Sudan. It's believed as many as 20 were on board. A measure would legalize personal and medical marijuana for use in Ohio is going to be rejected. An amendment to the Ohio State Constitution failing by a nearly 2-1 margin yesterday, unofficially. Vote no on 3. Spokesman Kurt Steiner says they're glad the issue was rejected handily.
Issue 3 was designed and built primarily to garner massive and exclusive profits for a small group of self-selected wealthy investors. Issue 3 was about greed, not good public policy.
San Francisco sheriff at the center of the national immigration debate loses his seat. Ross Mirkarimi lost to former Chief Deputy Sheriff Vicki Hennessy in yesterday's election. Houston voters resoundingly say no to a proposed equal rights ordinance, rejecting the LGBT non-discrimination ordinance by a 62 to 38% margin. Republican presidential candidate Donald Trump and Ben Carson virtually in a dead heat this morning in a new poll put out by Quinnipiac, 24 to 23%. The Supreme Court stepping in to stop the execution of a convicted triple murderer in Missouri. Ernest Johnson was scheduled to be put to death Tuesday evening for the killings at a 1994 convenience store robbery. Authorities will announce later this morning that a Fox Lake police officer whose shooting death led to a massive manhunt in September killed himself. That according to an official briefed on that investigation. Street violence ending a promising modeling career when 20-year-old Kaylin Pryor of Evanston was shot and killed in the Inglewood neighborhood. In September, she won a Make Me a Model competition. Ride-sharing companies may soon be allowed to make pickups at airports even before Thanksgiving. Mayor Emanuel announcing he expects to have the service up and running within the next couple of weeks at both of Chicago's airports. Now, you may not have known this about Wisconsin, but hunters there, according to current law, are required to wear at least half of their clothing in blaze orange, especially above the waist. Well, the state assembly has passed a new law in Wisconsin that will allow for fluorescent pink to be worn while hunting. Again, the current law requires half the clothing deer hunters wear above the waist to be blaze pink. Could be headed to the woods soon. Chicago sports, Charlotte over the Bulls, 130-105. Last night here on AM 560, Northern Illinois with the upset win and a good one, 32-27 over Toledo. The news, a service of Massage Envy. At Massage Envy Spa, they know there's nothing like relaxation. That's why their first-time guests can relax with a customized massage for only $49.99 or facial for $59.99. Scheduled today at Massage Envy Spa. A check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
One event. One day only. One day only. With all of these names together. Sean Hannity, Ann Coulter, Hugh Hewitt, KT McFarland, Katie Pavlich, and Guy Benson. It's Freedom Summit Chicago 2015, November 14th in Itasca. Tickets begin at just $29 and are on sale now at freedomsummitchicago.com. Don't miss this exclusive event. Go to freedomsummitchicago.com. That's freedomsummitchicago.com.
Don't settle for watching football at home. Feel football rich. Buffalo Wild Wings has wall-to-wall TVs, countless taps, and the ultimate football watching food. Spend the road to the playoffs at Buffalo Wild Wings. Wings Beer Sports.
Cornerstone National Bank believes trust, service, and relationship is the foundation of a business banking partnership. Cornerstone National Bank and Trust Company, where you belong. Visit cornerstonenb.com. Member FDIC.
The following is a paid political announcement.
I'm Willie Wilson, candidate for President of the United States. As President, I promise to reform our prison system and fix it once and for all.
Paid for by Willie Wilson 2016.
Listen to AM 560 on your mobile device. Now available on iHeartRadio. Online at iHeartRadio.com.
I'm Lex, CEO of Balance of Nature. At Balance of Nature, we believe in real communication. Whether you call into the office or hear a success story on the radio, you can be sure it's real, unsolicited, and unscripted conversation.
They're just awesome. I keep telling people because they keep asking me, what am I doing? I told them what I did with my cholesterol. I had the blood test, right? And it went down 100 points. 262, now it's 162. And then my bad cholesterol was 62, now it's 52. So, and then with my blood work, the doctor said, I don't know what you're doing, but everything is just perfect.
When you can give your body a full variety of 31 different fruits and vegetables in their 100% natural, whole food form, you receive the unmatched balance of nutrition. Call toll-free 800-2468-751. That's 800-2468-751. Or go online to balanceofnature.com and be sure to enter promo code CHICAGO.
From the producers of the Bible,
Jesus is the light of the world.
Comes the continuing saga.
Go into the world and preach the gospel. In the name of Jesus Christ, be healed.
As an empire stood against them,
it's time we shut this story down.
They found the courage to build a new faith.
We will find salvation in Him. This is a new beginning. Do you dare to believe?
AD, the Bible continues. Own it today on Blu-ray, DVD, and digital HD.
6:38 in our ChicagoRadioDeals.com traffic center. Here is Jim Talamonte.
Thanks, Mike. On the inbound Edens, we're looking at a trip 27 minutes from Lake Cook to Montrose, outbound 21. The Kennedy, now 31 minutes from O'Hare to downtown, outbound 29. Inbound Eisenhower, delays are mainly from Manheim to past First Avenue. The travel time is 43 minutes, Thorndale to downtown, outbound 35. Inbound Stevenson, 55 minutes, 3:55 to Lakeshore Drive, outbound 37. The Ryan is 27 minutes from 95th to downtown. That Eisenhower travel time just went up, 54 minutes, Thorndale to the Loop. I-57, 30 minutes, I-80 to the Merge, Mission 427. Eastbound Adams Tollway, stop and go from the Elgin Toll to past Beverly after an earlier crash. Traffic service of Target Red Card. At Target, your debit and credit Red Card is like the gift that keeps on giving, as in 5% off your holiday wish list on every shopping trip. Let the stocking stuffing begin, brought to you by Target Red Card. Some restrictions apply. See program rules in store at target.com for details. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte, AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast from the aircomfort.com Weather Center. Air Comfort, your commercial HVAC solution provider. Low clouds, heavy fog this morning until 10 a.m. Then some sunshine and mild, high 69. Tomorrow, high near 70. Fog everywhere right now, 52 at O'Hare. Next news at 7. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Real Estate Live with Andrew Holmes. Get honest answers to your questions every Sunday at 12 noon.
Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues now. And make sure to stay tuned to catch me, Mike Gallagher, coming up at 9, only on AM 560, The Answer.
Dan and Amy, so yesterday, 18 months of back and forth in Houston, and the larger interest groups that descend when an issue like the Proposition 1 that was on the ballot for Houston residents is at bar. And Houston voters, by a 2-1 margin, rejected the idea that men should be allowed to use women's bathrooms, essentially. Here's Texas Lieutenant Governor Dan Patrick on topic.
It was not a partisan issue. It was not a liberal issue, conservative issue, or moderate issue. It was about protecting our grandmoms and our mothers and our wives and our sisters and our daughters and our granddaughters. Amen. I'm so proud of the voters of Houston who turned out in record numbers, 2 out of 3, telling those who supported this, including Hillary Clinton, who wants to be the next president, that you're out of touch with America. You're out of touch with your own party. You're out of touch with common sense. You're out of touch with common decency. And I'm glad Houston led tonight to end this constant political correctness attack on what we know in our heart and our gut as Americans is not right.
And that's relevant here because we have Palatine School District 211 that received an unfavorable ruling from an administrative arm of the Department of Education as to this very issue. A female student who identifies as...
That's a male student.
A male student who identifies as female.
It's a shim.
Who wants to use the female washrooms and locker rooms and so forth.
And they let her, but he wants more. He wants full access instead of just a nice gated off or curtained off area of the girls' locker room.
For more in terms of where these cultural issues may go legally, despite what happens in the political arena, as we have seen with the redefinition of marriage, we're now joined by Jim Toohey, who is the president of Ave Maria Law School. Mr. Toohey, thanks so much for joining us. Appreciate it.
Hi, great to be with you, Dan.
So, there's the reaction to what happened at the ballot box in Houston. But then, as we've seen, as I just alluded to with, for example, the marriage issue, what groups can't get through their duly elected representatives, they often try to get through the courts and are successful. Where do you see this going? Because my sense is this is not going to be the last we hear of these sorts of issues as it was at bar in Houston.
Well, Dan, I'm a lawyer. I'm not at Ivy Maria Law School. I'm at the university. So I may not have as good of an expert opinion, but I can tell you from a university perspective, the values that are at play here have been in conflict for decades. This is some of the culture war. And I don't think these issues are going away, and they're going to play out not only here, but on end-of-life issues and on a number of matters that are coming up before people now in our culture regarding the value of life and regarding traditional relationships and traditional values. So I think this is just going to continue to play on.
Well, you mentioned end-of-life issues, and as I understand it, you had a relationship with Mother Teresa, and at her urging, you founded a nonprofit called Aging with Dignity that helps families plan for and discuss end-of-life care. It's interesting to that whole area of discussion, given California just recently signing essentially a euthanasia bill into law, becoming, I think, the 8th or 9th state to do so. So where the law intersects with culture and culture drives the law, different from differing states, but your perspective on the California law?
Well, I'm concerned about it. I think the right to die is the right the poor will get. When we think about end-of-life care, a lot of Americans are worried they're going to get too much medical care. But there are so many who are disabled and in minority communities that are worried about just basic care and being systematically denied it. But one of the reasons there's appeal for these kind of initiatives like in California is that voters think their choice is either between pain or poison. And yeah, I was privileged to know Mother Teresa for 12 years. I met her in Calcutta, went to her home for the dying at her direction, and saw that the people there were loved. They were known by name. Their pain was managed. They were accompanied. So that's a big difference from what you often see in the first world, and that's why there's a lot of appeal for people saying, I want more control. I don't want to just treat dying as a medical moment. And I think that's why there's been an uprising. People aren't happy with end-of-life care.
So are you for or against assisted suicide?
I'm against it. I feel like the minute that you start down a path that's facilitating people that are often depressed or downcast about life and their prospects, that aren't having their pain managed, that are being abandoned and not feeling love, there's going to be appeal for assisted suicide. I think it'd be dangerous. I think it's the right the poor will get.
They're after you, Jim. You better be careful. So
these are the warnings. These are the warning alarms that are going off all over the country.
Exactly. When you think about these issues, though, and your role as the president of Ave Maria Law School as well, and you see Reuters today reporting that per the annual survey that Pew Research does on America's faith disposition, that Americans are becoming less religious, particularly among the young. The drop-off generally is relatively minor over the last decade, and it's still 90% of Americans who believe in God. But in terms of those younger individuals, much less likely to pray, much less likely to attend service, much less likely to identify as religious. How does that kind of coming reality, if it maintains its trajectory, impact some of the issues we're discussing and that you have a particular interest in?
Well, I think it is going to impact them because it's often been through the mediating organizations, faith-based organizations, churches, civic groups that these values have been transmitted. And, of course, that all starts with the family, and we see the breakdowns there. So, sure, there's an uphill battle on some of these value issues that will continue to play out in courts and in elections. What we see at Ave Maria University is, a new generation of students that recognize there's a lasting value to life, and that some of the things that civilizations have recognized for centuries are worth honoring, some of the values. So I think it's going to continue to be a struggle. Those that think the culture wars are going away are wrong. And the religious liberty issues are starting to sharpen as well. So, Dan, it's going to, this is going to continue to play out. These things don't just go away.
Do you think there's going to be a day, though, when we are going to have to let transgender people in our bathrooms just because if we don't do it, they'll be discriminated against?
Well, that seems like what a lot of people argue. I think it's silly to suggest this. I think you want to respect the rights of minority groups and viewpoints. But minority viewpoints also have to give way to majority opinion as well in a society that's ordered. And I think sometimes people are frustrated because they feel, heck, we're in the majority, we're being ignored. And whether that was back in the 70s with the moral majority or that's today on this issue, there's going to be a backlash. And you saw that in Houston. And I think it's silly. You don't see that on Ave Maria University's campus. But I remember when I worked at the White House and I saw this back in the beginning of this millennia, where they had the Mattel Toys had this questionnaire for little kids. When they asked little kids, what are you, boy, girl, or not sure? When you start doing that, that's an indoctrination effort, really. That's kind of an attack on personhood, and this isn't anything new. But it's going to continue.
You mentioned your time at the White House. You were the director of the Faith-Based and Community Initiatives office at the White House during President Bush's first term into a second term. And I wonder how you react to some of the new statistics coming out about poverty in America. 47 million Americans living in poverty. In 2007, shortly after you left the White House, about 1 in every 8 children in America was on food stamps. Today, that number is 1 out of 5. And where do these faith-based institutions play a role vis-a-vis government in terms of social welfare? And how do you think that has changed in terms of government doing more or faith-based institutions doing more over the last decade since you headed up that office?
Well, Dan, I hate to take on a local figure there in Chicago, but your mayor and also the president used to decry President Bush's leadership and say, gee, look at the increase in the poverty rate under his watch. These guys just don't care. But, in fact, the rolls have swollen in the last 8 years. And so faith-based groups have been able to address the spiritual poverty that underlie a lot of social ills. But under this administration, faith-based groups have been stiff-armed, and the federal government has continued to try to crowd them out of the public square, silence them, force them to secularize. So, unfortunately, the very strengths that faith-based groups bring to this situation, because they can love people, they can care for people. They're being sidelined at a time when they're needed the most. So, that again will become an electoral issue, but I've been extremely disappointed with President Obama's attack on religious liberty as president.
Jim Toohey, president of Ave Maria Law School. You're in town today for an event, right?
I am. I'm at Northwestern. I'm the president of Ave Maria University. The law school's separate.
Oh, I'm sorry, Ave Maria University. Sorry.
That's okay. I make the distinction, and I am going to be in town tonight speaking at Northwestern on Mother Teresa and her approach to aging at the end of life. I understand they have a few seats open that are still available to the public, and I look forward to being in the Windy City. I guess it's the foggy city today, but I'm looking forward to being there.
There you go. Jim Toohey, the president of Ave Maria University, who's in town speaking at Northwestern tonight. Jim, thanks so much for joining us. Appreciate it.
Great to be with you, Amy. Thanks.
And he joined us on our Turnkey.Pro answer line.
Don't miss Freedom Summit Chicago 2015 on November 14th with Sean Hannity, Ann Coulter, Hugh Hewitt, and KT McFarland. Get your tickets at freedomsummitchicago.com.
Looks like pea soup out there. The fog is thick this morning, but it will lift, and then there'll be some sun. It will be mild, another warm day, 70 degrees for a high. Then tomorrow, again, another summer-like day in November, a high of 70 degrees with plenty of sunshine and breezy. And on Friday, things change a lot around here. It's going to be windy, cooler, clouds giving way to some sun, a high only in the mid-50s. Let's get the travel times. I'm sure it's going to be hard to navigate through this, right, Jim?
That's right, Amy. Visibilities are under a quarter mile. Even at O'Hare, it's very dense now. We're looking at an hour and 5 minutes from Thorndale to downtown on the Eisenhower. There's a crash mixed in at Harlem. 49 minutes from Manheim, outbound 44 to Thorndale. Edens is 31 minutes, Lake Cook to Montrose, outbound 21. The Kennedy now 38 minutes, O'Hare to downtown, outbound 37. Stevenson, 1 hour from 355 to Lakeshore Drive, 44 minutes from the Tri-State. Outbound, there's a 5-minute delay western to Cicero. Bryan, 23 minutes, 95th to downtown, northbound Tri-State. Stop and go, 111th to the Hinsdale Oasis, and from the Reagan Tollway to North Avenue. The other tollways are getting heavier. I'm Jim Talamonte, ChicagoRadioDeals.com Traffic Center.
Time now for the Lou Dobbs Report, brought to you by the Mutual Fund Store.
I'm Lou Dobbs. Earnings and economic reports, the Federal Reserve, and energy prices all influencing action on Wall Street today. Those stories next.
My family was devastated when my father lost over $1 million in the crash of 2008. Hi, my name is Ethan Kapp, and this crash devastated my family. 40 years of work and retirement dreams were dashed in less than 1 year. And to make matters worse, Dad had already retired. I was determined to find a better way, and luckily after 5 long years of research I did. I don't want your family to suffer through the next crash like we did. So today I'm giving you a free copy of my best-selling book, Wealth Beyond Wall Street. I reveal the strategies I discovered where the wealthy grow their money safer than the stock market, get good rates of return, and get tax-free cash flow in retirement. If you're concerned about losing your hard-earned wealth in the next stock market crash, then call Wealth Beyond Wall Street now at 1-800-920-8484 to talk with a specialist and get a free copy of my Inc. magazine best-selling book. You'll discover how you can grow your money safer than the market and create tax-free retirement cash to protect yourself from taxes and crashes. The next 57 callers get free shipping and handling. Call 1-800-920-8484. 1-800-920-8484. Again, 1-800-920-8484.
Investors trying to push stock prices higher for a third straight session, and there's a lot for those Wall Street investors to consider. Investors are combing through earnings reports from 21st Century Fox, CBS, Herbalife, Tesla, Time Warner, and Zynga. Tesla higher in extended trading, posting a smaller than expected quarterly loss and offering an optimistic fourth quarter outlook. Investors assessing reports as well on private sector hiring, the trade deficit, and activity in the services sector. And a number of Fed officials are commenting today, including Fed Chair Janet Yellen. She's testifying on Capitol Hill on regulatory issues, and we'll see whether today's report on crude oil inventories drives prices even higher. December crude settling near $48 a barrel yesterday. Please join me for Lou Dobbs tonight, 7 and 11 Eastern on the Fox Business Network. This is the Lou Dobbs Financial Report.
So, I'm retiring today.
Freedom!
I hate goodbyes, so I've hired singers to follow me around and bid my coworkers farewell.
It's John's last day.
Okay, let's get started. Here's Tom.
Your pranks were amazing, despite what HR says.
Next, Susan.
Your homemade cookies blew his mind and diet.
Finally, Dave.
You never judged him for his popcorn burning.
Yeah, I'm gonna miss you guys.
Ready to give your swan song at work? The Mutual Fund Store can help. We'll sit down with you one-on-one to talk about your goals. Then we'll put a plan in place to help get you on track. Finally, we'll keep a close eye on your account to make sure you stay on track. Discover how within reach your retirement could be for you with a free portfolio review and consultation.
Hi, I'm Matt Personette with the Mutual Fund Store in Chicagoland. Call me at 888-498-3636 or visit mutualfundstore.com and let's talk about your financial goals today.
You've heard me talking about the new website, upstream-ideas.com. If you haven't checked it out yet, then you're missing thoughtful, expository content that you won't find anywhere else from those who've operated in the political and policy arenas. Each week, you can watch the latest episode of Against the Current, our long-form interview series with policymakers and opinion leaders offering in-depth insights on the big issues of the day. This week, the Heritage Foundation's Steve Moore, who'll join us at 7:37. You can also watch Illinois by the Numbers, our video series that breaks down Illinois one number at a time to explain what the policy challenges are, why we have them, and what we can do about them. And you can check out highlights from each Sunday's Illinois Rising program, which tackles state and local politics and policy with deep thinkers from the Illinois Policy Institute and Illinois Opportunity Project. At Upstream Ideas, questions are asked that don't get asked anywhere else. Points of view are heard that are not heard anywhere else. So learn how to unfix systems and institutions that are wired against those who play by the rules. No sacred cows, no punches pulled. It's all at upstream-ideas.com.
Tom Thumb Hobby and Crafts, serving hobby and crafting enthusiasts since 1965, has moved and is now open in Niles. After 49 years in Evanston, Tom Thumb is excited to announce their new location at 6001 West Grosse Pointe Road in Niles. Tom Thumb features craft supplies, dollhouses, miniatures, scrapbooking, beads, candle making, and knitting. For the hobbyist, Tom Thumb has trains, model building, architectural supplies, rockets, and pine cars. Tom Thumb is the oldest skateboard shop in Illinois. Come visit Tom Thumb Hobby and Craft at their new location at 6001 West Grosse Pointe Road in Niles. For more information and directions, please visit TomThumbCrafts.com or call 847-869-9575. That's TomThumbCrafts.com or call 847-869-9575. A proud supporter of AM 560 and Feed the Children. Tom Thumb Hobby and Craft, 6001 West Grosse Pointe Road in Niles and online at TomThumbCrafts.com.
The door opens at Midlothian Music. And just like that, you're a customer for life. With their huge inventory of hundreds of guitars, drum kits, and string instruments, they've got you covered. Midlothian Music, the largest American-made selection of handcrafted, name-brand instruments, lessons for every level of musician, and free lifetime in-house repair and service. Midlothian Music. After 54 years of success, they live and breathe music. Whether a beginner or a pro, Midlothian Music has the right equipment at the right price to make you a true rock star in your band or in your band. Talk to the pros in person 7 days a week. Midlothian Music, 708-403-3733 or visit midlothianmusic.com. That's midlothianmusic.com.
Coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer, the Fox Lake police officer whose shooting sparked nationwide outrage actually killed himself. We'll discuss.
And America is full of high-earning poor people. We'll have that at 7:17.
But first, let's go back into the newsroom. Here's Mike Scott.
Amy and Dan, a reward growing in the hunt for the killer of a 9-year-old Chicago boy. Northern Illinois rallies for a big win over Toledo. WIND Chicago News Time, 7 o'clock.
Fox News Radio, I'm Dave Anthony. The voters have spoken in Houston, and they're not giving new protections to gay and transgender people who called it equal rights.
We're going to continue the fight until every LGBT citizen is protected, whether it's in Houston or across the country.
Activist Matt McTighe, pastors opposed the ordinance, saying it would infringe on their religious beliefs. Others claimed it would have let men, maybe even sexual predators, use women's bathrooms. Voters in Ohio decide not to go to pot. Fox's Tanya J. Powers details that and other election results live.
Dave, they rejected the proposal that would have legalized medical and recreational marijuana use, partly because the growing would be controlled by private investors. In Kentucky elected just the second Republican governor in 4 decades, businessman Matt Bevin.
This is your Kentucky. This is our opportunity. We will seek the future together, but we will do it as one Kentucky, Republican and Democrat alike.
Phil Bryant stays in the Mississippi governor's seat for a second term. And San Francisco voters ousted Ross Mirkarimi, whose sanctuary city policies had come under fire recently, replacing him with Vicki Hennessy, a former sheriff's official, Dave.
Tony, another poll shows Ben Carson surging in the Republican race for president. Quinnipiac has him just a point behind Donald Trump.
We're going to start advertising a little bit because so far I was going to have spent $25 million by this time. I've spent nothing. I feel guilty.
Trump says he'll run ads now in Iowa, New Hampshire, and South Carolina. In the Democratic race, Quinnipiac gives Hillary Clinton an 18-point lead over Bernie Sanders. Police in Fox Lake, Illinois will announce this morning police officer Joe Glinowitz, believed killed in the line of duty, committed suicide.
That day, the 52-year-old officer, affectionately known as G.I. Joe, had radioed in that he was chasing 3 men on foot. Fellow officers found him near his squad car, shot twice by his own gun.
That's Fox's Carmen Roberts. A cargo plane has crashed in South Sudan, littering the Nile riverbank in the capital with shoes and food and beer and cigarettes and charred wreckage and bodies. Reuters reports at least 41 died, some of them killed on the ground as the plane came down. Fox News Radio, fair and balanced.
Very heavy fog this morning. 52 degrees at 7:02 on AM 560. The Answer. Good morning. I'm Mike Scott. Authorities will announce this morning that a Fox Lake police officer whose shooting death led to a massive manhunt in September killed himself. That according to an official briefed on the official investigation. Others spoke to the Associated Press anonymously because they were not authorized to brief the media on the conclusive results, they say, that will be presented later today. Street violence ending a promising modeling career when 20-year-old Kaylin Pryor of Evanston was shot and killed in the Inglewood neighborhood. Meantime, police are considering the possibility that gangbangers did intend to shoot at a 9-year-old Chicago boy who was cut down a few blocks from his grandmother's home on Monday. We get the update on the investigation from AM 560's David Stewart.
Tyshawn Lee was in an alley with a group of people when shots rang out and he fell after being hit several times. Police theorized that gang activity by someone in the boy's family may have made him a target. 2 churches are circulating flyers offering a reward of at least $20,000 for information on the killer. Mayor Emanuel says it shouldn't take a reward to get someone to speak up.
And whoever did this, I hope they never see freedom. I hope they never see daylight. And I think anybody that knows who this is, you don't have a financial reward, you have a moral responsibility.
Police say they do have several leads. David Stewart, Chicago.
Republican presidential candidate Donald Trump will make his first campaign stop in Illinois next Monday night. He'll headline a rally in Springfield. Like other hopefuls, Trump backers are currently circulating petitions to get his name on the Illinois primary ballot for next March. Chicago sports, Charlotte beat the Bulls 130-105. Last night in college football here on AM 560, it was freshman quarterback Ryan Graham rallying Northern Illinois on 2 fourth-quarter scoring drives. Huskies beat number 20 and unbeaten Toledo 32-27. The news service of WesternUnion.com's mobile app. You might be stuck, but your money shouldn't be. So send money around the world 24/7 with the Western Union mobile app. Download the app, send your money fast. Next time you need to send money quickly, get out of a jam, tap the Western Union app. It's money. Check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
One event. One day only. One day only. With all of these names together. Sean Hannity, Ann Coulter, Hugh Hewitt, KT McFarland, Katie Pavlich, and Guy Benson. It's Freedom Summit Chicago 2015, November 14th in Itasca. Tickets begin at just $29 and are on sale now at freedomsummitchicago.com. Don't miss this exclusive event. Go to freedomsummitchicago.com. That's freedomsummitchicago.com.
Call Quicken Loans now at 800-QUICKEN to see if you qualify for the government's Home Affordable Refinance Program, or HARP. And for 5 years in a row now, J.D. Power has ranked Quicken Loans highest in the nation in customer satisfaction. And for the second year in a row, they've also ranked us highest in mortgage servicing. Call 800-QUICKEN or visit QuickenLoans.com.
Visit jdpower.com for award information. Call for cost information and conditions. Equal housing lender. Licensed in all 50 states. NMLSConsumerAccess.org. Number 3030.
Where do more than 2 million people go each day to do their best work? They go to Regis. Regis has beautifully designed tech-powered offices and co-working spaces with full admin support. Let Regis manage the details for you so you can focus on your business. Call Regis at 1-800-OFFICES to get up and running fast, without the hassle. Join the 2 million people who have found a better way to work. And right now, get a free officer meeting room for a day when you call 1-800-OFFICES. Regis, here to help you grow.
7:06. Let's get an update on the roads now in our Chicago RadioDeals.com traffic center. Here's Jim Talamonte.
Thanks, Mike. That fog is slowing traffic not only on the roads but in the air. There are some delays and even a few cancellations at O'Hare and Midway. Eden's inbound 31 minutes, Lake Cook to Montrose, outbound 26. The Kennedy is now 52 minutes, O'Hare to downtown, 24 minutes from Montrose, and 18 in the Express, outbound 45 minutes to the airport, the Eisenhower. Jammed North Avenue to Harlem with a crash in the 2 left lanes, then Larrabee before Independence, crash blocking 1 left. It is an hour and 15 minutes, Thorndale to downtown, outbound 44 minutes. The Stevenson an hour, 355 to Lakeshore Drive, outbound 38 minutes. The Ryan 23 minutes, 95th to downtown, I-57 30 minutes, I-80 to the Merge, Bishop Ford 45. Northbound Tri-State stop and go, 111th to the Hinsdale Oasis, and from the Reagan Tollway to North Avenue, Veterans Memorial. Slow I-55 to the Reagan Tollway, Butterfield to Roosevelt, and Army Trail to 290. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte, AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast from the AirComfort.com Weather Center. Air Comfort, your commercial HVAC solution provider. Here's meteorologist Kevin Snyder.
A dense fog advisory in effect for this morning. Low clouds and fog will be followed by some sun, a mild day with a high 69, then a partly cloudy and mild night, low 57. I'm Kevin Snyder on AM 560, The Answer.
Fog everywhere this morning, especially early on. It should peel off around 10 a.m. 52 right now at O'Hare. Next news at 7:30. And Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by MyPainChicago.com. World-class treatment for chronic pain. Go to MyPainChicago.com.
Good morning. Welcome to your Wednesday morning briefing. Here's what you need to know to start your day.
Welcome to Chirac, land of pain, misery, and strife.
I'm so proud of the voters of Houston who turned out in record numbers. 2 out of 3 telling those who supported this, including Hillary Clinton, who wants to be the next president, that you're out of touch with America.
Look, Jeb is a nice guy. He's a stiff, okay? He's a nice guy. He doesn't have a chance, all right? He ought to do what Walker did. Walker you think he should drop out? Oh, absolutely. He has no chance.
This is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560, The Answer.
Good morning. What up, Dan and Amy? At 10 o'clock this morning, we're going to hear from investigators in Lake County as to why they drew the conclusion they did that G.I. Joe, Fox Lake Police Lieutenant Joe Glinowitz, committed suicide. And that's really been the question ever since the prospect of suicide became, I don't want to say the assumed cause of death, but maybe the prevailing cause of death once that major crimes task force in Lake County stopped calling it a murder investigation and started calling it a death investigation where they wouldn't rule out anything, including suicide. It seemed that the evidence was leading to this place, but the question is why. And, there's been some insinuations made, but they've been pretty tight-lipped, the investigators, in advance of this press conference. We don't know the why yet.
No, we don't, but we do have finally realized that we have finally come to a conclusion. My source confirming last night that indeed it was a suicide. Why it took them 9 weeks to tell the public, to tell the media, we don't know. But we knew something was up after the first few days when they did start saying the murder investigation into a death investigation.
We're going to be relentless until we solve this officer's death.
Yeah, and a number of things rubbed me the wrong way on this case. The first thing that I noticed, my knee jerk, my gut reaction when I heard this story, remember we were working here, it happened during our show, that he was chasing a black man and 2 white suspects who looked suspicious.
That's what he conveyed to dispatch.
Yeah, and that was on his final call. Listen closely. So he at first denies a second unit, and then he said, yeah, fine, go ahead. But in that, he describes a black male, 2 whites, walking into the swampy area. G.I. Joe doesn't have a body camera on. There's no dashboard cam. But even if there was, he walked into a swampy area where he couldn't be seen by anyone. So I believe that's where he committed suicide, so no one would see him. But he made up this narrative that he was, doing this on the job, that he was, he died doing what he loved. He was under attack, that he got killed. He orchestrated this whole myth, and it perpetuated a stereotype because at the time, white police officers were being shot by African Americans. Take, point in case 2 days earlier in Houston, a police officer was shot while pumping gas, shot 15 times by an African American. Yeah. So at that time, police were under attack, and it was during the whole Black Lives Matter movement and police brutality.
But it's larger than that. And he said 2 whites and 1 African American. The idea that this is some kind of racial play.
Measure, he threw in a black guy.
I don't. Well, for good measure, he threw in 2 white guys. What difference does it make?
Because it was all a lie.
Well, I understand. So
it was all a charade.
The point is, right, so the question is, why did he do it, and why did he stage it the way that he did with the call to dispatch and so forth? But we also know, or at least it was reported, that there were 3 individuals that were brought in for questioning.
I think it was 2, but...
Well, okay, I'm saying what police said. So
right,
if you
and
want
now
to say,
I don't trust them.
Well,
now
fine.
I don't trust police.
If you want to say it's a conspiracy to provide misinformation to the public, you're entitled to do that. But there's no basis for it. No. I'm saying what police have said, and then we can measure it, and then we'll ask questions of investigators today. But police said they brought in 3 individuals, they questioned them, and they released them, saying they weren't suspects. So there's some basis, ostensibly, for them to bring in those individuals and question them, starting from the call to dispatch that Lieutenant Glinowitz made. To me, the racial component of this is completely lost on me. I don't understand that argument, but I don't still understand why he staged it, and of course why he did it suicide, even though it is a tragic act. It's a selfish act.
Well,
but it's additionally selfish to stage this as he apparently did. And then, of course, the corresponding outpouring of support and response from across the nation. He may not have predicted a national response, but he could have certainly predicted. He could have certainly predicted that the response would extend beyond the corporate boundaries of Fox Lake, and so why?
He's a smart man. He knew exactly what he was doing. He had a 17-mile-long police processional. He had a 5 V formation helicopter flyover. He had TAPS plane.
That's not explaining the why.
The why? Okay, the why, because dying in the line of duty has financial benefits for his family. They could have had health care for life. They got a lot of money in workers' comp, trust me. And again, the health care. He's taking care of his family by staging a homicide. There's so much more benefits for your family down the road.
Here's the problem. If he knew all of those things, let's start from your premise, okay? Now work the logic on this.
Okay, well, he was about to be
Can I explain?
He was about to be released
from
his job.
And his family said he had applied for chiefs of police jobs
That didn't mean
elsewhere.
he was going to get them.
It also didn't mean he was going to commit suicide over retiring from his current position. So let me try to see if I can start from your premise and we can employ anything resembling logic. So if he knew all of these things were going to happen, which is what you say, if he knew everything you say was going to happen, then how exactly do you think somebody who had 30 years on the force and knows how police work, how do you think he thought he was going to get away with nobody investigating it to come to the conclusion based on the evidence that he had committed suicide? How does that work? Reconcile those two.
He went to an area, a swampy area. He went to an old concrete facility that has no surveillance cameras around it whatsoever. The closest place was a veterinary clinic, and they checked out that surveillance. Nothing on there. He made up 3 the Phantom Trio is what we were calling them. He made that up to make it look like he was killed, because right then and there, we just had a high-profile police shooting in Houston. Yes, he thought he could get away with it. And Dan, he did for 9 weeks. He did.
He didn't get away with anything.
For 9 weeks, he did.
He didn't.
He got the hero's funeral. The families, people running. The family received almost $200,000 in donations just from people in Fox Lake, surrounding suburbs, and from New York to California.
That kind of sweeping investigation meant that he was never going to get away with it. That's the point. And
the point
and
obviously,
well, how is it a police cover-up if they're coming?
Because the police, if I knew 2 days into it that it was suicide, and Chuck Gowdy knew, and a lot of reporters, we were talking, and the police knew, but they waited, and people, many tourists avoided the area on Labor Day weekend for fear of being attacked by these bold, trio. Well, they kill us because they killed a police officer. It affected people's lives and businesses.
This is fascinating. It's like, how do you explain my one conspiracy theory by offering another conspiracy theory? So now it's not only Glenowitz and racism. It's also the entire, the Major Crimes Task Force, the entire law enforcement community in Lake County, the entire law enforcement community in Illinois. Nationally, everybody's in on it. It's a conspiracy to cover up Lieutenant Glenowitz's suicide. Is that it? I mean, come on. Get a grip, please.
Not nationwide. It's not a cover-up. I'm saying in that small town, 10,000 people live in that town.
Ed in LaGrange, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Yeah, it amazes me how Amy can figure out these crimes right away just reading some police reports and talking to a few guys. She figured that Patrick King was guilty because, Dan, remember, they did use a rape kit at the hospital, Dan.
Yes, right.
Not a consensual sex kit, a rape kit. Now, as far as Lieutenant Glenowitz, I don't think, obviously, he had some issues, some mental problems. I don't think he planned this thing the way Amy's saying that he realized. He thought he was going to get away with it. And by the way, Amy, there's no work comp when you die. Okay, so
that's not true.
Fine.
That is such. No. You need to look into that. No, I'm telling you for a fact that is true. Oh God, please.
Thanks for the call.
If you get shot or killed or injured while you're at work, you get workers' comp. But now it's not workers' comp. He wasn't killed on the job. He killed himself. He shot himself twice, you guys.
You don't get work comp. You don't get work comp if you're dead.
Yes, you. No. Okay, unless that's an ancillary issue right now.
Okay, well then don't keep repeating it.
But he shot himself once in the bulletproof vest, and then he went underneath his bulletproof vest and shot himself. I mean, he killed himself. He tried to make it look like a murder.
Well, no one's
great plan, but he got caught.
No one's disputing that. It's all the other things you're alleging that are without foundation. That's the issue.
You didn't have to throw in the black guy. I'm sorry. Black guys aren't hanging out with white guys at 7:30 in the morning on a Tuesday in Fox Lake. The two black guys that live in Fox Lake fish off the same pier every day.
Right.
And they were questioned several times, trust me, and media tried to interview them several times.
For those in the listening audience who don't know, Amy has tagged the two black men who live in Fox Lake. Those are the only two black men in Fox Lake, and they never hang out with white people. In Fox Lake, there is no recorded instance of a white person ever hanging out with a black person, as I am now led to believe. Oh, boy. Verlin on the south side.
Thank you, Amy. I love you. I love your laugh, too. You make me laugh when you laugh, but this is not a funny issue. This is what the police do. They just throw it off on the black guy, and it makes it seem concrete. They make it seem concrete, and everybody believes it. This is some of that social justice that I'm going to start calling you about. Now, let me tell you something. You all, Dan, and the police officers owe that ex-police officer an apology, the one that came out and said it was a suicide from day one, but they put the pressure on him. They tried to lock him up and everything for saying that.
Verlin, I don't know anyone an apology because I didn't say anything of the sort. No. I'm someone who usually likes to try and go where the facts lead and maybe exercise a little bit of restraint until we have some facts and evidence. But okay, not everybody has to take that approach.
It didn't. It smelled from the get-go.
Dawn in Oak Park.
Hi, this is Patriot Dawn from Oak Park. I'd like to offer you a sedative, Amy. I think you need to calm down. I think that if you have a source, I'd be happy to know who the source is.
That's why they're a source, and that's why I have sources, because I don't reveal them. But I knew on a federal level and on a state level.
For the call, Dawn.
No, every officer who, by the way, was called off of furlough. One guy a lot of people had to miss weddings and events because they had to find Glenowitz's killers.
Wait, now, so were those the conspirators or the dupes? I'm trying to keep track of everyone.
No, those were people who were duped. The conspirators are the Fox Lake Police Department and the crimes
the
task
major
force,
crimes task force. That they're part of the conspiracy.
A lot of people have asked for their resignation.
To cover up. Okay, so that's
They've
they all
known
need to
for
go.
9 weeks.
So
they knew since day one.
They perpetrated a fraud on the public. The Lake County Major Crimes Task Force, in your opinion, has perpetrated a fraud on the public.
Yes, and the media has malpracticed. They were the media knew too right away, and nobody said it. We said it here on this show first, and I got blasted and ripped into an a-hole on social media for repeating what my source told me.
All right, the whole country's out of order. We'll take more of your calls after this.
Just the facts, ma'am. Don't miss Freedom Summit Chicago 2015 on November 14th with Sean Hannity and Coulter, Hugh Hewitt, and KT McFarland. Get your tickets at freedomsummitchicago.com.
Morning fog, then some sun and a few high clouds by this afternoon, a high of 69 degrees. Then tomorrow, breezy and mild. Well, he will have some high clouds again, but enjoy the day. It's 70. Travel times, here's Jim.
To flight delays at O'Hare and Midway due to that fog. Inbound Kennedy, it's now brutal an hour from O'Hare to downtown. Express lanes actually cost you a minute or two. Outbound 45 minutes downtown to the airport. The Edens, now 37 minutes. Lake Hook to Montrose, outbound 31. Eisenhower, an hour and 10 minutes. Thorndale to downtown. A crash at Harlem is gone. Outbound, it's 46 minutes. The Stevenson, an hour and 7 minutes, 3:55 to Lakeshore Drive. Outbound 44 minutes to Ryan, 23 minutes, 95th to downtown. Bishop Ford, a 45 minutes log from 8094 to the Merge. Northbound Tri-States, Los Cicero to the Hinsdale Oasis, and from the Reagan Tollway to North Avenue. Reagan Tollway, very slow from the Fox River to Eola. And the Veterans Memorial, stop and go from the Des Plaines River Bridge, most of the way to Roosevelt, and Army Trail to 290. I'm Jim Talamonte, ChicagoRadioDeals.com Traffic Center.
I know you want to work with a Chicagoland real estate agent with qualified buyers who can guarantee to sell your home. That's why you should call Saul Z and the Z team. The average agent sells 8 homes a year. As a top agent with great marketing, Saul averages over 300. If it's 29 days pass without a sale on your listing, Saul will buy it. And working with Saul won't obligate you to anything. If you aren't happy, you just cancel the contract. For example, Jason had his Hinsdale home on the market for 10 months with another agent. He switched to listening to Saul, and in a very short time, the home sold for $806,000, a full $37,000 above the original list price. That's why the Wall Street Journal ranks Saul among the top 250 agents in the country. I know I'll be calling Saul when I'm ready to sell or buy a new home. So go to callsaul.net. That's Saul, S-A-U-L, callsaul.net, to find out what your home's worth, or call Saul directly at 888-346-0666. That's 888-346-0666, and start packing.
Are you or someone you know facing foreclosure, losing the family home? You'd be not alone. See, people, we are in the aftermath of what is being revealed to have been the greatest financial crime spree in history, perpetrated by the Wall Street investment banks smuggling and packaging mortgages, and continuing this day by the mortgage servicers that service the mortgages. I'm Lou Bridges. I have a law firm I put together. We defend foreclosure actions. We help people do strategic defaults, short sales, and modifications that include restructuring. Call us for a free consultation. We'll tell you what to look for in hiring a foreclosure defense attorney. We'll tell you some of your options. We'll give you a free consultation. But whatever you do, people, never give up the land. Fight for truth and justice. You do that, and I guarantee you'll never be alone.
Call 224-513-1231 or visit FightIllinoisForeclosures.com. That's 224-513-1231 or FightIllinoisForeclosures.com. Get real answers from a real foreclosure defense law firm.
This is Sam Gilberto, president of American Embroidery and Screen Printing and American Marketing Products. We specialize in putting your logo on just about anything. Our focus is entirely on you, our customer. We want every customer experience to be outstanding. American Embroidery and Screen Printing is a brick-and-mortar business located in Glendale Heights. Our equipment and manufacturing processes are state-of-the-art, so are the people who work here. With over 40 years' experience, we have the capability, capacity, and know-how to get your job done right and on time. I want to earn your business, so for a limited time, we're offering free artwork on embroidery and screen printing orders for all new customers. Let us help you gear up for that big trade show, provide shirts or jackets for all your employees, students, or church members, or simply provide you with giveaway items such as coffee mugs, pens, or hats. Whatever it is, you can trust an American to take care of it. It's easy to contact us. TrustAnAmerican.com. That's TrustAnAmerican.com, or call at 630-766-2825.
AM 560, The Answer.
Dan and Amy, 10 o'clock press conference, investigators to detail That, apparently they'll detail that Lieutenant Joe Glinowitz committed suicide, and they'll explain why he did based on the evidence that they have culled together. A lot of questions.
It took 9 weeks to pull it together.
A lot of questions. Let's go to the phones. Lisa from Fox Lake.
Good morning.
Good morning. You're on.
Amy, I really am curious as to how it can be considered a conspiracy to thoroughly investigate the different evidence that's coming in and to run forensics on the scene, and why that would be considered anything negligent. If they ran with the first story and arrested the first 2 white people with a black kid, then it would be negligence because they didn't investigate.
I just think that there's nothing new in the past 9 weeks. They could have come out with this information 4 weeks ago, a month ago.
Did you investigate it? Did you?
No,
run
I
the
didn't.
forensics?
But they ran. 50 DNA swabs were taken. They knew, and his gun was right next to his body. His prints were on the gun. He had gunpowder on his hands. They knew
Well,
this
you have to
weeks ago.
investigate it from all sides, especially when you have a cop calling and threatening, a retired Chicago cop threatening that it better come back suicide. There was internal affairs involved a week before he was killed or killed himself. And by the way, there's a lot of black people, and they do hang out with the white people.
Okay,
Thanks
thank
for
you.
the call,
No, that's
Lisa.
fine. But many citizens don't realize that police officers become their job, and that's their identity. And he was being forced to retire. And his best friend, the police chief, was just forced into retirement 2 days earlier before he committed suicide.
And so?
So he knew it was coming, and they already had the discussion with him about retiring. And his whole identity was tied to his job. He worked there for 33 years.
Did you know him?
No, I didn't know
So
him,
how do
but
you
Joe
know that?
Walsh knew him, and other people knew
I
him.
don't
He's
care.
around forever. He's
What does
been
that
around.
mean? So what does that
I-
mean?
I'm just-
How do you
everybody-
know? How do you know his whole identity was tied to his job, and that's why he committed suicide? How do you know?
That's
You don't.
conjecture on my
Right.
part,
Thank
Dan.
you.
But
Jim on the south
please.
side.
Yeah, Amy, I
Yes,
would like
Jim.
to say, first of all, from day one, I'm a police officer. From day one, I believe that it was suicide. Actually, from day 2, I knew it was suicide. I personally would like to have seen him literally put the investigation on hold for a while, not giving him the funeral that they gave him until they investigated, because we all look like a bunch of idiots now. That being said, the race comment is ridiculous. I mean, you saying that all that's doing is getting all these race baiters to call in, and I know exactly what you're doing. You're just getting a
Why
rise
did he have
on
to throw in
everyone.
a black guy? Why can't you just say there's a suspect or there's
Well,
two?
that's
What do you
it.
need 3 suspects?
What about the state trooper that got killed 2 weeks later in Kentucky? Okay, that wasn't covered that much, but do you remember that? He helped that guy. He stops the guy, a black guy with his girlfriend with 2 kids in the car. He makes hotel arrangements because the guy's got a suspended license. The guy takes off. He ends up getting in a chase with him, and it subsequently kills him. Okay, the black guy shoots him, kills him, goes on a manhunt, and the Kentucky State Police kill him the next day. So what is this doing? What is this racial thing? Why are you even bringing this up?
Because the day before, a white Houston police officer was shot by a black man at a gas station. It fit the narrative.
All you're doing is jeopardizing more cops' lives by your racial BS rhetoric. That's exactly what you're doing right now.
Thanks,
and
Nick.
really, I listen to you guys, and it's too bad that it's gotten to this point. But that needs to stop. This is the problem. The media is the problem with cops in our lives.
You've made the switch, and it feels so good. You've switched to Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
There are 2 kinds of pain. Pain that goes away and the worst kind, chronic pain. If you suffer from chronic pain, life is not complete and it can be miserable. Unfortunately, most people use narcotics that mask the pain. You need to find the source of the chronic pain and get relief.
This is Dr. Ken Candido of Chicago Anesthesia Pain Specialists. We're serious players in the management of pain, and our team are national leaders, as well as being educators in the treatment of pain. We will work with you to diminish or eliminate your pain and help you get your life back. You know, there's a nationwide narcotics epidemic, and people are too quick to mask over chronic pain instead of looking for the cause and treating or eliminating the pain. Contact us. We will help you.
Go to mypainchicago.com. Call and make an appointment with some of the best pain people in the nation, located here in Chicago. mypainchicago.com. You or someone you know suffers and the suffering of chronic pain. mypainchicago.com. Let's make you pain-free.
Thanks to all of our listeners who have purchased thousands of MyPillows over the last 18 months and are enjoying your best sleep ever, but that still leaves thousands of you who haven't taken advantage of the buy one, get one free offer. Go to MyPillow.com, type in Amy in the promo code, 2 pillows for the price of 1. MyPillow helps with snoring, headaches, neck pain, insomnia, and allergies, plus it's washable. It's American-made, and it's the official pillow of the National Sleep Foundation. So go to MyPillow.com, AMY in the promo code, or call 800-489-0201. That's 800-489-0201.
AM 560, The Answer.
And to Jim who called, and I do not wish ill will upon police officers. I love my police officers. I respect them, and I want Jim to stay safe. Coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer.
At 7:37, we've got Steve Moore, Chief Economist at the Heritage Foundation, to talk about the high-earning poor in America.
And then the Chirac trailer has been released. You'll hear it here. But first, let's go back into the newsroom. Here's Mike Scott.
Amy and Dan, good morning. Good morning, everyone. An ISIS affiliate in Egypt is insisting that it brought down a Russian passenger jet over the Sinai Saturday, killing all 224 on board. The terror group said on the day of the crash that it brought down the airliner in response to Russian airstrikes in Syria. Marijuana use is going to remain illegal in Ohio. Voters shooting down by a wide margin an amendment to the state's constitution that would have legalized both personal and some medical use of marijuana for those over 21. Vote no on 3, spokesman Kurt Steiner.
Issue 3 was designed and built primarily to garner massive and exclusive profits for a small group of self-selected wealthy investors. Issue 3 was about greed, not good public policy.
Meanwhile, in Texas, the very controversial Houston Equal Rights Ordinance was rejected by a wide margin as well. Republican businessman Matt Bevin will be the next governor of Kentucky.
I am grateful to you. A little while ago, I had an opportunity to hear from Jack Conway, who very graciously reached out and conceded this race, and it is something I was grateful for. We had a good conversation about several things, not the least of which is that we have much work ahead of us.
He's only the second Republican governor elected in that state in 4 decades. Reports are saying at least 25 have died in the crash of a Russia-made cargo plane in South Sudan. Authorities will announce that a Northern Illinois police officer in Fox Lake, whose shooting death led to a massive manhunt in September, killed himself. The Lake County Sheriff's Office has called a news conference today announcing their conclusive results of the investigation. An investigation continues following the shooting death of a 9-year-old on Chicago's South Side. Police say they're looking into whether Tyshawn Lee was actually targeted because of gang ties of a relative. Ride-sharing companies may be allowed to make pickups at Chicago's airports before Thanksgiving. Mayor Emanuel announcing he expects to have the service up and running within the next couple of weeks. And there is a change this morning at the top of Groupon. Co-founder Eric Lakofsky is stepping down as CEO and will return to the role of board chairman. Former chief operating officer Rich Williams has been chosen to take over. Chicago sports, NBA last night. Doug McDermott, 17, Jimmy Butler, 26. But it wasn't close as Charlotte beat the Bulls 130-105. Right here on AM 560, Northern Illinois. Our Huskies knocked Toledo out of the ranks. Are they unbeaten with a 32-27 win? The news, a service of Gerber Collision and Glass. Gerber Collision and Glass is hiring. Come work for the largest owner of collision repair facilities in North America. Great benefits, room to grow, always busy. Gerber Collision and Glass becomes highly recommended. 7:34 and a check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
Mike Gallagher sees frustration in the GOP.
You know, I'm being divisive right now because I want to win. I know how to win. That's what I have to do.
There you go. The establishment guys are pulling their hair out over these poll numbers. And the louder they complain, it seems like the higher the numbers go for people like Trump and Ben Carson.
The Mike Gallagher Show. Weekdays at 9, right before Dennis Prager at 11 on AM 560. The Answer.
The following is a paid political announcement.
I'm Willie Wilson, candidate for President of the United States. As President, education will be at the top of my priorities.
Paid for by Willie Wilson 2016.
Direct Eats started out as any company does, with an idea. They wanted to create a place where food lovers can discover new tastes, try new foods, shop by dietary preferences, and learn about the newest local and specialty food trends. Those things were missing from the current food space. If you want to be an expert, it took tons of time, research, and money. The Direct Eats team realized that, and they were determined to change it. Today, it's a whole new world. Direct Eats is the largest online marketplace. They deliver the best food at the best prices, guaranteed. And you don't have to live in a big city. Direct Eats goes anywhere across the continental United States. If you want to send your favorite Memphis barbecue sauce to New England or Manhattan's best cookies sent all the way to Oregon, Direct Eats has you covered. They're redefining the way specialty foods are discovered and consumed. And if you're a natural and organic food lover, I hope you're hungry. Direct Eats will make you very happy. So forget the grocery store. Visit directeats.com now to save time and money. Shipping is always free. There's no membership fee and no minimum. This will change your life. That's directeats.com.
My name is Dr. Howard. I've recommended Balance of Nature for over 15 years because of the excellent results I see in my patients. Balance of Nature doesn't make any claims of treating or curing any particular disease, but I think the results speak for themselves.
It's a great product. The years I was on it for like about 3 years before, and I noticed I was not sick at all. And that couple of months that I was off of it, I ended up having a cold, and I haven't had a cold in like all the years that I was on it before. So I'm back on it again, and I don't intend to get off of it again because I've seen the proof in the pudding, you know.
When you can give your body a full variety of 31 different fruits and vegetables in their 100% natural, whole food form, you receive the unmatched balance of nutrition. Call toll-free 800-2468-751. That's 800-2468-751. Or go online to balanceofnature.com and be sure to enter promo code CHICAGO.
Attention market watchers. Until recently, the market hadn't seen back-to-back days of 500-point losses since November of 2008. What if you had no market exposure? What if you didn't have to worry about the markets? How would you sleep? Leave the volatility behind. Hi, this is Jack Taboda. Our proprietary income strategies provide reliable, inflation-protected income, guaranteed for life, with no market exposure. Call me at 630-777-7955. That's 630-777-7955. You've worked hard to build your wealth. I work hard to protect it. 630-777-7955.
Insurance products may be presented and guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the insurance company represented. Securities offered through ProEquities Inc., a registered broker-dealer and member FINRA SIPC. Advisory services offered through Harvest Investment Services LLC, a registered investment advisor. Taboda and Associates and Harvest Investment Services LLC are independent of ProEquities Inc.
7:38 at our ChicagoRadioDeals.com traffic center. Here is Jim Talamonte.
Thanks, Mike. It's really slow on the inbound Kennedy now with delays all the way in from the River Road toll. It's an hour from O'Hare to downtown. Outbound 50 minutes. Inbound Edens. Now looking at 40 minutes from Lake Cook to Montrose. Outbound 30. Inbound Eisenhower, an hour and 10 minutes. Thorndale to downtown. Outbound 45 minutes. The Stevenson, an hour and 7 minutes. 355 to Lakeshore Drive. 51 minutes from the Tri-State. Outbound 44 minutes to 355. Ryan 35 minutes. 95th to downtown. Northbound Tri-State jammed. 127th to Ogden, and from the Reagan toll most of the way to the Irving Park toll. The delays on the northbound Veterans Memorial. 127th most of the way to Roosevelt. The Army Trail toll to 290. Traffic service of Flu Block. Did you know you had choice flu vaccine? This season ask for Flu Block, the only pure choice, now available at Target and local retailers like Mariano's Pharmacies. For more information, go to askforflublock.com or talk to your healthcare professional. Traffic answers when you need them most on Jim Talamonte, AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast from the AirComfort.com Weather Center. Air Comfort, your commercial HVAC solution provider. Low clouds and fog this morning. Sun and mild this afternoon, highs 69. Partly cloudy and mild, 57 overnight. Fog everywhere right now, 52 at O'Hare. Next news coming up at 8. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by the Property Tax Show, Saturdays at 6 p.m. Hosted by Brad Hayes, Chicagoland's property tax expert.
You want more than just the headlines? Find out what's going on and what it means with me, Dennis Prager, this morning at 11, right here on AM 560, The Answer.
Dan and Amy, that music means it's time for the Sultan of Supply-Side Economics, the chief economist at the Heritage Foundation, distinguished fellow in more ways than one. That is Steve Moore. Steve, thanks so much for joining us. Appreciate it.
Hey, Dan. It was great seeing you in Chicago last week. And am I on the podcast now?
Yeah, you are. We've promoted it, but you can check out about a 45-minute conversation Steve and I had about a wide range of topics at upstream-ideas.com. That is posted now.
What did you two cats discuss?
We mostly talked about the Kardashians.
Mm-hmm. And then the Cubs-Mets series, too. Yeah.
Amy, the really important stuff.
Yeah, exactly. So, Steve, I want to start with this rather disturbing story. It's been reported in a couple outlets. I'm reading from Fortune. Between 1999 and 2013, white men and women ages 45 to 54 saw their mortality rate increase by 0.5% per year, reversing decades of improvements up until that time. The main causes of the decline in mortality, suicide and alcohol and drug use. And there's been a lot of connections and to the kind of economic wherewithal that middle-aged people, and in this case white people, have in the Obama economy over the last 8 years as part of what is exacerbating what I've just described.
Yeah, I followed that story closely, and I think there is a linkage there. And by the way, this is the first time in 100 years that we've actually seen an increase in mortality and a reduction in life expectancy for people in that age range. And I'm a white male, so I'm a little concerned about it. I'm right in that strike zone. But I think it links to the economy. I think, a lot of people, when they reach the early 50s, they get laid off. It's hard for them to find another job. They are replaced by a young worker or a machine. And this is kind of the economic anxiety. And I would only say, certainly it is a function of the, failure of Obamonomics, but it goes back further than that. I think the Bush years, we didn't see a lot of income gains either. I mean, the last 15 years, workers have gotten almost no pay raise.
Yeah, I mean, this is from Quartz. I mean, just to put a fine point on what you're saying, 25% of upper middle class 40 to 55-year-olds, a quarter of upper middle class 40 to 55-year-olds have less than $17,500 in financial assets. So you can not only see why people are anxious, you can also see why they're frustrated, why they're upset with what's going on in America, and why political outsiders have such appeal.
Yeah, and there was another study that came out a few weeks ago by the Social Security Administration that found that half of Americans are earning less than $40,000 now. So there's no growth. There's no growth in the economy. We're moderate best. This is causing real hardship to families, and we need to plug it in. We need to get this economy moving at twice the speed it's now. We have 1.5% growth in the third quarter. That's anemic. That's less than treading water. That's running on a treadmill and falling further and further behind on it. And this is, I was frustrated by the debate, Dan, last week, and Amy, because I felt like because of the moderators, were so obnoxious and so arrogant, didn't really get to the discussion about the economy. How do we put people back to work and reverse these sickening trends?
And did any of the moderators even ask that question, since it was supposed to be, the premise was supposed to be on the economy?
I didn't see it. Did you guys?
No, I don't remember. No.
I didn't.
They asked Ben Carson one question.
I was switching back and forth from the World Series to the debate, but I didn't see much discussion about that. And look, I'll be at the next. When I do your show next week, I'll be in Wisconsin for that, and hopefully they're going to have some moderators that don't try to be the show themselves, but try to ask the time. Look, I don't have a problem with tough questions. It's when questions are obnoxious, people are interrupting, and when you've got people who just are trying to knock these guys down rather than they thought they were the show rather than the people on the stage, and that was really disheartening, I thought.
Well, for next week's debate, Jeb Bush has already promised to have a better answer as to what to do about DraftKings and FanDuel. So that's something to look forward to.
Unfortunately, this might be Jeff's last debate because he is, he's faltered so much. But, the big story now is, it looks like it's going to come down. I'm going to make a prediction on your show. The last three people standing are going to be Donald Trump, Marco Rubio, and Ted Cruz. And this is going to be a battle royale between the sort of establishment wing of the party, more represented by Marco Rubio, and the kind of discontented blue-collar Republican Tea Party voters who will support Trump or Cruz. And that's really a rift within the party right now, that we've been kind of covering up. But it's there, that a lot of blue-collar Reagan Democrats and Reagan Republicans are feeling this anxiety that we just talked about, Dan and Amy. They're feeling like this economy hasn't performed at all. And by the way, I said it last week, I want to say it again, I am sickened by this budget deal that the Republicans are supposed to be the party of balanced budgets. They're supposed to be the party of fiscal responsibility, and they're going to spend more than the Democrats did.
Mm-hmm. They just went along to get along. But back to the debate, your guy, Rand Paul, what's his future look like? And if it ends soon, are you going to take your plan somewhere else?
You're going to think this is spinach. It's not. I mean, Rand is going to do better than these numbers indicate because he's got a hardcore of kind of conservative libertarian supporters behind him, and I think he's going to be in this race for a while. I don't think it's imminent that he's going to drop out. He has to run for the Senate again in Kentucky, so he's got to worry about that too. But I think within a matter of, after Iowa and New Hampshire, you're going to probably be down to about 5 candidates, down from 10. And, I think, you're going to probably have to see Huckabee. And the big issue right now is what happened to Jeb Bush? Why is he melted down? He had $100 million. And what this proves, guys, I think, I've seen this so many times. Phil Gramm never became president. Remember Rudy Giuliani was going to be president?
Right.
That never happened. Money is not that important in presidential races. You have to perform on the big stage, and just, unfortunately, Jeb hasn't. I think he'd actually be a good president. He was a great governor of Florida. But, Christie knocked that question out of the park, right? About why are we even talking about, sports betting when we've got, high unemployment, we got terrorists all over the place, and we've got a national debt of $19 trillion. Jeb fumbled it.
As I like to say, Steve, sometimes there's not enough money in the world to sell manure-smelling air freshener. And I think that's Jeb's problem. Steve Moore, Chief Economist of the Heritage Foundation, thanks so much for joining us as always, Steve. Appreciate it.
I wish that the Cubs could have taken out the Mets rather than the Royals, but at least somebody took them out.
There you go. Thanks, Steve.
Yeah.
And you joined us on our turnkey.pro answer line.
See Sean Hannity and Coulter, Hugh Hewitt, and KT McFarland at Freedom Summit Chicago on November 14th. Tickets on sale at freedomsummitchicago.com.
Once we get through this morning fog, we'll have some sun. It will be mild, a high of 69 degrees. Then tomorrow, get out and enjoy. It's our last day in the 70s. Could be our last time for a while. It'll be breezy, mild with periods of clouds and sun, a high again of 70. Let's see if this pea soup conditions are affecting the roadways. Here's Jim Telemonte.
Sure is. It's heavy, Amy. And also at the airports, there are some delays at O'Hare and Midway. West side of Chicago Avenue is closed at Wood Street. There's been a collision involving a truck and a motorcycle. The Edens is 40 minutes. Lake Hook to Montrose, outbound 27. The Kennedy, an hour and 12 minutes. O'Hare to downtown, outbound 47 minutes. The Eisenhower, an hour and 21 minutes. Thorndale to the Loop, an hour and 3 minutes just from Manheim. Outbound, it's now 49 minutes to Thorndale. Stevenson, an hour and 11 minutes. 3:55 to Lakeshore Drive, outbound 44 minutes. The Ryan, 35 minutes. 95th to downtown. Tri-State southbound bottled up from 21 to 137. And northbound, 127th to Ogden. Reagan Tollway to North Avenue, and from the O'Hare Oasis to Lawrence. The other tollways are heavy, and 8094 westbound has delays. I-65 to Grant, crash in the right lane. I'm Jim Talamonte, ChicagoRadioDeals.com Traffic Center.
The Gun Safety Guy's mission is pure and simple: to help good people safely enjoy recreational shooting and improve their ability to protect themselves and their family responsibly. This is what Pastor Ed Bryant, the Gun Safety Guy, has built for you and your family. Pastor Bryant's background and experience enables him to communicate with all of his students no matter what their age, gender, or ability. New shooters learn the fundamentals. Experienced shooters develop their skills. And above everything, all shooters are taught to value safety first. Family-friendly firearms instruction is the core of the Gun Safety Guy. And I'll tell you what, I took his pistol class, and I can attest to that is the fact that gun safety is the core of the instruction. It was a very informative class for somebody who's kind of a medium level in terms of experience with pistols. So give the gift of firearm safety this holiday season. Gift certificates are available. Learn more at thegunsafetyguide.com. Gunsafetyguide.com is the website. Family-friendly firearms instruction with NRA-certified instructor Pastor Ed Bryant. Thegunsafetyguide.com.
That's the fact, Jack! That's the fact, Jack! Here's Dr. Howard, formulator of Balance of Nature, an all-natural, 100% organic fruit and vegetable supplement.
Did you know 40% of all cancer could be prevented? That's a fact. Along with maintaining appropriate body weight and regular exercise, the American Institute for Cancer Research and the USDA confirm that eating 9 to 11 servings of fruits and vegetables every day is the key. Now ask yourself, am I at risk? How many servings of fruits and vegetables did I eat today? Balance of Nature has solved this problem and provides an easy and affordable way to consume over 10 servings of 31 different whole fruits and vegetables every day.
Get real today with Balance of Nature's fruits and veggies. Call toll-free 800-2468-751. That's 800-2468-751. Or go online to balanceofnature.com and be sure to enter promo code CHICAGO.
This is Dan Proft with an Upstream Idea, brought to you in part by the Illinois Policy Institute. In the brave new world of big data, sometimes we forget that politics is about people's lives. When we forget this fundamental truth, people without political clout get hurt, and all of us suffer a loss of dignity in the process. And so the number for your consideration in this installment of Illinois by the Numbers is 47. 47th is where Illinois ranks nationally in the provision of services to persons with developmental disabilities. Providing or not providing for those who need state support through no fault of their own is a mirror that reflects our humanity, our moral health. The result is families who have a family member with a developmental disability have fled Illinois just as entrepreneurs have to live in, well, more civilized states. This is happening on our watch. As an Illinois resident, this is happening on my watch. We are all culpable, and now none of us can any longer pretend not to know. For more ideas like this, visit upstream-ideas.com. That's upstream-ideas.com. I'm Dan Proft.
AM 560, The Answer.
Dan and Amy, so Chirac is coming to a theater near you. And I'll tell you what, I didn't realize this until I watched the trailer. And frankly, this is something I never expected to say. I'm mildly impressed with Spike Lee.
Oh, and you're going to go see the movie?
Mildly.
Are you going to go see the movie?
I think I will. I mean, it's sort of he's sort of kind of done what Shakespeare theater does, modern interpretation of a classic. Chirac is a comedy of sorts. It's ripped from a play that was written by Aristophanes in 400 BC, where Greek women withheld carnal relations
to
try and
say sex?
Well, no, I like carnal relations.
Okay, for the street people out there from Mount Prospect, it's withheld sex. Okay, go on.
Yes, or as Bob Eubanks used to say, whoopee. Withheld whoopee. Not the one on The View.
Yes.
To end the Peloponnesian War between the Athenians and the Spartans. So fast forward, the premise of Chirac, the Spike Lee movie, is black women withholding
sex.
Sexual congress.
I'm Jay Paul. And I don't know what that word means.
In order to get them to put down their guns and stop killing one another. And Samuel Jackson is the narrator of it all. Take a listen.
This is an emergency. This is an emergency.
Homicides in Chicago, Illinois have surpassed the death toll of American Special Forces in Iraq.
Hey, Ptolemies.
Welcome to Chirac.
Chirac, where we at? My city.
Land of pain, misery, and strife.
Everybody here got a man banging and slanging, fighting for the flag, risking that long zip of the cadaver bag. All to the bang, bang. Bang, bang.
I'll tell you what, land of, what was it, misery and strife? Welcome to Tiny Dancer Chicago. It's just pretty good. I can see why Rahm and the politicians weren't excited about this film. They must have got an advance copy of the script.
Well, I don't know. They just don't like that it's called Chirac, and they think that businesses won't do business here because of that movie. My fear is just listening and watching this trailer that it's going to encourage people to become gangbangers.
Well, the reason people might not want to do business here, and the reason it's called Chirac, is because of these awful murders, particularly of promising young people like Kaylin Pryor, the winner of the Mario Tricosi 2015 Mario Make Me a Model competition, who was shot to death on Monday afternoon. Somebody rolled up on her and a 15-year-old boy that she was with and opened fire.
Yeah, they were at a bus stop. She was going to go home to sign that modeling contract. I mean, it makes me sick. And they still don't have anyone in custody, and they don't have anyone in custody in the fatal shooting of 9-year-old Taishuan Lee. He's a fourth grader who was killed, shot multiple times in the head and the back because of his father's affiliation with a gang. And his father this morning is not being forthcoming with information. He knows who killed his son, but he's not helping police because he doesn't want to snitch on them because that's their culture.
And here's the thing: Taishuan Lee and Kaylin Pryor and DeMario Bailey and Hadia Pendleton, and go all the way back to my youth, Ben Wilson. It makes it real, except to the political ruling class.
No, I can't stop yelling at you. This is my acting style.
Hear about the big stories of the day, then talk about them right here on Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer. And now, a moment of objectivism with your Ron Brook and the Ayn Rand Institute.
When philosopher and novelist Ayn Rand was interviewed on the Johnny Carson show in 1967, Carson asked her if she believed in God. She said simply, "No, I do not." Ayn Rand rejected religion and laid out a code of morality based on reason, not faith. When asked to describe her philosophy, she said, quote, "I am the creator of a new code of morality, which so far has been believed impossible. A morality not based on faith, not on arbitrary whim, not on emotion, not on arbitrary edict, mystical or social, but on reason. A morality which can be proved by means of logic, which can be demonstrated to be true and necessary." Find out more about Ayn Rand's revolutionary philosophy at ariradio.com. From the Ayn Rand Institute, I'm Yaron Brook.
This has been a moment of objectivism from the Ayn Rand Institute. To learn more, listen to the Yaron Brook Show, Saturdays at 4 on AM 560, and visit ariradio.com.
Why are Ayn Rand's ideas so compelling? Her worldview, her philosophy, expressed dramatically in her novels Atlas Shrugged and The Fountainhead, embodies the ideals stated by the Founding Fathers in the Declaration of Independence and sets forth the requirements necessary to achieve a flourishing life. She called her philosophy objectivism and said it was a philosophy for living on Earth. Today, decades after her death, objectivism continues to stir debate and inspire passion for the spirit of individualism and the enduring American dream.
The most recent U.S. Supreme Court decision on the Affordable Care Act made one thing certain. We will all have to deal with this ever-changing law until at least 2017. If you're tired of calling a bureaucrat at an 800 number to help you navigate Obamacare, then you need a local expert on your side. That's right, your own health insurance mentor. C. Stephen Tucker from healthinsurancementors.com is someone I know and trust. He's a 20-year licensed broker who's been educating AM 560 listeners on the Affordable Care Act for the last 5 years.
Thanks, Dan. If you have a pre-existing condition, a canceled plan, or your premium increased, now's the time to get covered. 2016 open enrollment begins on November 1st and ends on January 31st. During this 90-day window, you cannot be denied coverage. Depending on your income, you may find a more affordable plan. The new healthcare law is very complicated and you do need guidance. It costs you nothing to use a broker, so why not tap into my expertise?
Thanks, Steve. How can our listeners get in touch with you?
They can visit healthinsurancementors.com or call me directly at 630-674-1551. That's 630-674-1551.
To fasten your seatbelt, insert the metal fittings and tighten the strap. And in the event of a sudden rush of cabin generosity, your seat cushion can be used to grant wishes. How? By donating your airline miles to Make-A-Wish. Why? Because your frequent flyer account is stuffed as fat as your carry-on. And just like the workout clothes you packed, you're never going to use all those miles. But if you donate some to Make-A-Wish, you can give wishes wings and put sick kids right where you're sitting now. No, not in seats to Newark, seats to fun family places, breaks from treatments and doctor visits and hospital stays, wishes to feel better, and lots of times get better too. Push your call buttons if you feel me. Alrighty then. Well, once we reach cruising altitude, you can use your electronic device to make your pledge of miles or money to Make-A-Wish at GiveWishesWings.org. That's GiveWishesWings.org. And then move about the cabin with pride, knowing that you've made a huge difference in the life of a Make-A-Wish kid. Because wishes work wonders, people.
Here are the stories we're watching this morning. A very foggy day ahead. A reward growing in the hunt for the killer of a Chicago 9-year-old. And WIND Chicago News Time is 8 o'clock.
Fox News Radio, I'm Dave Anthony. People in Ohio won't be legally smoking pot. Voters rejected approving it for recreational and medicinal use.
And the large reason for that appears to be the fact that there were concerns a marijuana monopoly may have been created by the backers of Issue 3. They had planned 10 exclusive growing sites for commercial marijuana use.
Mike McCarthy with Fox 28 TV outside Columbus, Ohio. Houston voters rejected non-discrimination protections for gay and transgendered people, while in sanctuary city San Francisco, Sheriff Ross Mercarini was voted out of office amid the controversy over a woman shot to death on a pier. An illegal immigrant is the accused gunman. There's yet another poll documenting Ben Carson's surge in the Republican race for president. Fox's John Decker live at the White House.
A new Quinnipiac poll shows that Donald Trump and Ben Carson are virtually tied nationally with 24% and 23% respectively. Florida Senator Marco Rubio comes in third with 14%, and Texas Senator Ted Cruz is right behind with 13%. Former Florida Governor Jeb Bush garnered just 4%. Trump appeared on Hannity last night.
We're going to start some ads, I think, over the next 2 days, and certainly in Iowa, we're going to start ads, and in New Hampshire, and I think in South Carolina, too.
In hypothetical head-to-head matchups in the Quinnipiac poll, every Republican except Donald Trump beats Hillary Clinton in the general election. Dave?
John, his family doesn't believe it, but police in Illinois no longer think a dead cop was killed in the line of duty. Fox's Jeff Manasso live in Round Lake.
Dave, investigators tell us that they'll reveal what they describe as conclusive results of a 2-month investigation into the September 1st shooting death of Fox Lake Police Lieutenant Joe Glenowitz, which launched a 4-day manhunt that turned up no suspects. Glenowitz was shot twice with his own gun, but sources tell Fox News that the officer's death may have been an elaborate staged suicide. Dave.
Fox News Radio, fair and balanced.
54 degrees. We have heavy fog this morning across the entire AM 560 listening area. 8:02 on AM 560. The Answer. Good morning. I'm Mike Scott. Authorities will announce later this morning around 10 a.m. that a Northern Illinois police officer whose shooting death led to a massive manhunt in September killed himself. That according to officials briefed on the investigation. The Lake County Sheriff's Office has called that news briefing for this morning to announce what they're calling conclusive results of their investigation into the death of Officer Joseph Glenowitz. Police are considering the possibility that gangbangers did intend to shoot a 9-year-old Chicago boy cut down a few blocks from his grandmother's home on Monday. We get the latest on the investigation from AM 560's David Stewart.
Tyshawn Lee was in an alley with a group of people when shots rang out and he fell after being hit several times. Police theorized that gang activity by someone in the boy's family may have made him a target. 2 churches are circulating flyers offering a reward of at least $20,000 for information on the killer. Mayor Emanuel says it shouldn't take a reward to get someone to speak up.
And whoever did this, I hope they never see freedom. I hope they never see daylight. And I think anybody that knows who this is, you don't have a financial reward, you have a moral responsibility.
Police say they do have several leads. David Stewart, Chicago.
Ride-sharing companies may be allowed to make pickups at the airport before Thanksgiving. Mayor Emanuel announcing he expects to have the Uber and Lyft service up and running within the next couple of weeks. And court documents show the FBI was investigating whether former Chicago Public Schools CEO Barbara Burr Bennett fraudulently steered a $40 million contract to an educational publisher while she worked for the Detroit Public Schools. Chicago sports, Charlotte beat the Bulls 130-105. The news service of WesternUnion.com's mobile app. You might be stuck. Your money shouldn't be. Send money around the world 24/7 with the Western Union mobile app. Download the app, send your money fast. Next time you need to send money, quickly get out of a jam and tap the Western Union app. It's money. 8:04, time for the AM 560 Business Beat. And from the Fox Business Network this morning, here's Carol Zimmer.
From the Fox Business Network, stock futures are higher. Global equities are set for their third straight day of gains by positive economic data and a pledge from the European Central Bank to ramp up its stimulus if it needs to. The Dow rallied yesterday, gaining 89 points. Among the biggest gainers, shares of Chevron and Exxon after global oil prices surged. The supervisory board of Volkswagen says it's very concerned about the latest revelations that the company's emissions cheating scandal is widening. The board plans to meet soon to discuss what kind of action it will take. And score one for Airbnb, which spent $8 million to defeat a ballot initiative in San Francisco. Voters rejected the measure, which would have limited short-term housing rentals to 75 nights a year. With the Fox Business Report, I'm Carol Zimmer.
8:05 and a check of traffic and weather coming up next on AM 560.
One event. One day only. With all of these names together. Sean Hannity, Ann Coulter, Hugh Hewitt, KT McFarland, Katie Pavlich, and Guy Benson. It's Freedom Summit Chicago 2015, November 14th in Itasca. Tickets begin at just $29 and are on sale now at freedomsummitchicago.com. Don't miss this exclusive event. Go to freedomsummitchicago.com. That's freedomsummitchicago.com.
Call Quicken Loans now at 800-QUICKEN to see if you qualify for the government's Home Affordable Refinance Program, or HARP. And for 5 years in a row now, J.D. Power has ranked Quicken Loans highest in the nation in customer satisfaction. And for the second year in a row, they've also ranked us highest in mortgage servicing. Call 800-QUICKEN or visit QuickenLoans.com.
Visit jdpower.com for award information. Call for cost information and conditions. Equal housing lender. Licensed in all 50 states. NMLSConsumerAccess.org. Number 3030.
What do Fortune 500 companies do when they need to find new workspace? They call Regis and 1-800-OFFICES. With Regis, you can easily expand today and get your people up and running tomorrow. With fully furnished, tech-powered co-working spaces, offices, and admin support, Regis manages the details so you can focus on your business. Short-term, long-term, all on your terms. Regis makes it easy and affordable. Call Regis now at 1-800-OFFICES and get a free office or meeting room for a day. Regis, here to help you grow.
8:06 in our Chicago RadioDeals.com traffic center. Here is Jim Talamonte.
Thanks, Mike. The inbound Eisenhower is just a mess from North Avenue pretty much all the way downtown. It's an hour and a half from Thorndale to downtown Chicago, an hour and 8 minutes from Manheim, outbound 49 minutes to Thorndale. Eden's 35 minutes, Lake Cook to Montrose, outbound 30. The Kennedy, an hour and 6 minutes, O'Hare to downtown, outbound 37 minutes. The Stevenson, an hour and 11 minutes, 355 to Lakeshore Drive, outbound 44 minutes. The Ryan, 35 minutes, 95th to the Loop. Lakeshore Drive delays, southbound Lawrence to Oak, northbound from the Stevenson to Jackson. Southbound Tri-State slow 21 to 120. Northbound 127th to the Hinsdale Oasis, and from the Reagan Tollway to North Avenue. So on Reagan Tollway stop and go 31 to past Farnsworth Veterans Memorial. Bumper to bumper 127th to the Reagan Tollway. The Army Trail toll to 290. Southbound 53 very slow Dundee to Kirchhoff. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte, AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast. From the AirComfort.com Weather Center, Air Comfort, your commercial HVAC solution provider. Here is our meteorologist, Kevin Snyder.
Dense fog advisory in effect for the morning with low clouds and fog followed by some sun today, high 69, then a partly cloudy night, low 57. Breezy tomorrow with clouds and sun, high 70. Breezy with periods of rain late tomorrow night, low 53. I'm Kevin Snyder on AM 560, The Answer.
Currently fog everywhere, 53 at O'Hare, 55 along Chicago's lakefront. Your next news update is at 8:30, and Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by The Lou Bridges Show. Get foreclosure defense solutions that may save your home. Saturday mornings at 8 on AM 560, The Answer.
Good morning. Welcome to your Wednesday morning briefing. Here's what you need to know to start your day.
Welcome
Welcome to Chirac, land of pain, misery, and strife.
I'm so proud of the voters of Houston who turned out in record numbers. Yes. 2 out of 3 telling those who supported this, including Hillary Clinton, who wants to be the next president, that you're out of touch with America. Yeah.
Look, Jeb is a nice guy. He's a stiff, okay? He's a nice guy. He doesn't have a chance, all right? He ought to do what Walker did. Walker saw...
he should drop out?
Oh, absolutely. He's no chance.
This is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560. The Answer.
Dan and Amy, we'll get to the 2016 election in a moment, but the 2015 election yesterday in states like Virginia and Kentucky, with initiatives in places like Houston and Ohio. Boy, interesting. The Republican Party that if you listened to the left-wing punditocracy inside the Beltway is about to disappear from the landscape. The Republican Party is over. We're dangerously close with every single misstep, with the chaos in the House before Paul Ryan ascended to the speakership. The Republican Party is over. Well, and not quite. Matt Bevin is the new governor of Kentucky. He's governor-elect of Kentucky, conservative, Tea Party candidate, challenged Mitch McConnell in a primary 2 years ago, lost but lived to fight again, and now Matt Bevin becomes the 32nd Republican governor in the United States. Current, 32nd. There are 50 states.
There are?
Well,
my God, Dan, really?
This comes as news to Obama. And so that means that a supermajority of America is represented by Republican governors. So just, and a whole host of good conservative governors among those 32 Republican governors. So before you buy into the fatalism that the left wants you to buy into, take a step back and just take a little bit of a perusal of the electoral landscape in this country.
And there's a big news for Kentucky. They have not had a Republican governor since the past 40 years. It's been that long, 4 decades before they've had a Republican.
Yeah,
and we never held elected office before.
Right.
Kind of like the Bruce Rauner. Right.
Or Snyder in Michigan, another example of that, another outsider, more and more outsiders winning. That has the potential to be a good thing. And so Bevin in the governor's mansion in Lexington and Rand Paul as a senator, Mitch McConnell getting replaced at some point, that would be good. Kentucky on the climb. Also in state politics, Virginia, despite a multi-million-dollar effort by Michael Bloomberg and his gun-banning super PAC, as well as the millions that the Democrat governor of Virginia, Terry McAuliffe, poured into legislative campaigns with help from the friends he shares with Hillary Clinton. Republicans in Virginia maintained control of the Virginia state legislature. So there's that. Then in San Francisco, the sheriff there, Ross Mercarimi, who had become essentially the face of sanctuary city policies in the wake of the horrible Kate Steinle murder over the summer, he lost. He lost his post as sheriff to a former sheriff's official who had retired. Boy, that should tell you something, Mark Kirk, about supporting sanctuary city policies, even in San Francisco. Thanks to, unfortunately, it had to come to that, but thanks to a high-profile violent crime like the murder of Kate Steinle, even left-wingers in San Francisco have woken up to the implications of that policy. In addition, just as another aside in San Francisco, it's kind of shocking. Boy, I'll tell you what, they may not believe it in theory. They may be voting for Bernie Sanders, but they sure like it in practice. San Francisco voters also rejecting an initiative that would have constrained the operation of Airbnb. So, I mean, think about this. You've got these left-wingers on the coast. New York, Bill de Blasio has to back down to Uber because of popular upheaval. San Francisco, you've got the left-wing voters in San Francisco that send Nancy Pelosi to Congress every year who voted essentially to allow Airbnb to operate without constraint.
Yeah, they wanted to have them. If you were a part of that, you can only rent out your house 75 days a year. And they're like, oh, no. This is my property. I want to rent it out if I can 365 days a year.
Well, I know.
But for that, people in that community, that liberal, feel-good town of San Francisco, to take a stand against their Democratic government, good for them. That means that there's hope, Dan.
Well, it does. I mean, what you just described, the idea that kind of analysis would be working through the minds of Pelosi voters, where they're essentially defending private property rights and entrepreneurial capitalism, is so stunning. It brings a smile to my face.
Oh, yeah. Are you going to be okay today?
I'll tell you.
Got a little spring in your step today, Dan.
Nothing like unfettered entrepreneurial capitalism to make me a little emotional.
Okay.
So I'm sorry. I'll try and keep it together. And in addition to that, we talked about this yesterday, the ordinance in Houston that was advanced by the Houston City Council, led by the openly gay Annise Parker, that would have allowed men to use the women's bathroom because we don't see gender, at least Annise Parker doesn't. That failed by a 2-1 margin. This doesn't mean it's over. We saw popular referendums fail in 33 states consecutively on marriage redefinition, and then those organizations, those advocates, took it to the courts and were able to get through the courts what they couldn't get through a popular will. So I'm not saying it's over, but it is a pretty good indication that at least 2/3 of Houston residents have some common sense. So that's an encouraging note.
Good.
And in Ohio.
Oh, yeah. No smoking of the marijuana. That was shot down. Ohio residents do want to legalize marijuana. And so what does that say? They would have been the first Midwestern state to legalize marijuana, and they said no, they didn't want it.
Yeah, I mean, unlike
they could have made a lot of money. They could have made a lot of tax revenue too if they opened up like they did in Colorado. They were expecting, $500 million in tax revenue, and it's exceeded that.
Yeah, well, I guess what it says about Ohio is that, they've decided that they don't want the Illinois economy, which is the mob family economy. It's all predicated on gambling and drugs. They're going to try and do the kind of more traditional economic growth, revenue generation model of, creating jobs in the manufacturing sector and other more redeemable pursuits than trying to align the government against the interests of its people. So that's a pretty encouraging note, too. Ohio, nice swing state. So, boy, I'll tell you what, the idea that the conservative positions on some of these cultural issues and then the laws that flow from those positions, that these debates are over. Well, around the country, you have a lot of people saying these debates ain't over.
See Sean Hannity and Coulter, Hugh Hewitt, and KT McFarland at Freedom Summit Chicago on November 14th. Tickets on sale at freedomsummitchicago.com.
Morning fog, then some sun and mild conditions, a high near 70 degrees. And tomorrow, enjoy it because the party's over after that. We might not see the 70s for a long time around here. It's going to be breezy, mild with some high clouds. Again, a high in the low 70s. Travel times, pea soup out there. How's it affecting the roadways, Jim Telemonte?
It's pretty heavy. Amy, it's like driving through a soup or maybe sludge on the inbound Eisenhower. It is an hour and 21 minutes. Thorndale to downtown, a full hour from Manheim. Outbound 40 minutes to Thorndale. The Kennedy not much better. It's 61 minutes. O'Hare to downtown. 37 from Montrose, 28 in the Express. The Ohio feeder's jammed up. Outbound 37 minutes to the airport. The Edens, about 32 minutes either way between Lake Cook and Montrose. The Stevenson, an hour and 11 minutes. 3:55 to Lakeshore Drive. Outbound 44 minutes. Ryan, 35 minutes. 95 to downtown. Tri-State. Southbound, a little heavy around 120. Northbound, stop and go, 115th to 47th. And from the Reagan Tollway to past North Avenue. Adams Tollway westbound, slow Roselle before Higgins after a crash. The Veterans Memorial, so very slow northbound. International Parkway to the Reagan Tollway and Army Trail to 290. Jim Talamonte, ChicagoRadioDeals.com, Traffic Center.
No soup for you.
For a long time, Turnkey IT has been providing solutions to AM 560 business owners. It's a name that you have come to know and trust. Turnkey IT takes care of your technology and has a plan that fits your company's IT budget and network needs. Are you interested in moving some or all of your business to the cloud? Well, Turnkey IT can migrate your network to Microsoft's Office 365. Need someone to call when you can't print, have a lost file, or need tech support? Turnkey IT's got you covered. Offsite backup? Check. On-site support? Check. Help desk support? Check. Turnkey IT staff is professional, friendly, punctual, and will solve all of your technical problems immediately and work even after normal business hours, all for a fixed monthly rate. Turnkey IT knows your network is truly the heartbeat of your company, so focus on your business and leave the technical stuff to the pros. Visit turnkey.pro today for a plan that fits your needs. That's turnkey.pro.
Hi, honey, I'm home. How was your day?
Oh, don't ask.
Why? What happened? Or do I not want to know?
Well, the new carpet in the living room is ruined. Your daughter decided to have a tea party with her Mr. Fluffy Bunny and his friends. Now there are stains everywhere.
I never did like Mr. Fluffy.
That's already on top of the stains your teenage son made last week when he tracked mud all over the kitchen tile and sofa after football practice.
My teenage son? Well, I guess I'll need to talk to him.
Honey, we need to call Executive Green Carpet Cleaning today.
Executive Green understands family and the mess that sometimes comes with it. If it's been more than a year since you've had your carpet, upholstery, or tile and grout cleaned, you need to call Executive Green at 708-599-5151. They use their own purified water and a safe eco-green solution that won't leave a toxic residue for your next tea party. Best of all is the price. Only $139 for 3 rooms. Call 708-599-5151 now or schedule online at executivegreencarpetcleaning.com.
Honey, it's official. I'm running for office. Bob Bunn is going to run.
But the election is around the corner. You haven't even begun.
Hey, be nice, hun. I went to electiongraphics.us. They designed this sharp logo and are printing everything we need to help win votes. Walk cards, door hangers, yard signs, flyers, banners, even these awesome buttons.
Ooh, how fun.
Electiongraphics.us. I even had them take my campaign photo. Here it is. What do you think?
Bob Bunn, your face beams like the sun.
Electiongraphics.us works with you to develop the visual message of your campaign, whether it be local, state, or national in scope. Electiongraphics.us works with your existing graphics or can help design eye-catching brand and visuals that will deliver your message. Electiongraphics.us will ensure that your brand and message are clean, consistent, and clear.
Bob Bunn, you've won!
Without electiongraphics.us, I couldn't even have begun.
Electiongraphics.us, 847-224-8757. That's 847-224-8757.
AM 560, The Answer.
Real quickly, we're learning some new information about G.I. Joe, Lieutenant Glenowitz's suicide. They're having a press conference in a few hours here to discuss that it was definitely a suicide. There were no trio of gunmen who were on the loose in Fox Lake, but one of the reasons why he might have committed suicide is this. A source, I've got it confirmed by 2 sources, that there was a misappropriation of funds and equipment, and that his family doesn't know that he may have been living a double secret life. So,
well, those are 2 separate things.
Well, no, because he was doing, and I asked them to
misappropriating funds and equipment in furtherance of another life. Is that what you're suggesting?
Yes. And that he wasn't being true to his department and possibly not true to his family. But we'll find this out
if he was
at the press conference at 10 a.m. They're supposed to. And the reason why they waited 3 months on this is because they were investigating the misappropriation of funds and equipment to make sure that they got, the story straight.
So then you're okay with it taking 9 weeks?
I guess I'm going to have to be.
Well, you're going to have to be, yes. But in terms of whether or not Major Crimes Task Force in Lake County is part of some conspiracy of silence or covering anything up, probably not. Yeah, okay. So we'll see. I mean, the why questions are the operative questions here once they establish what occurred according to the evidence. And so it's going to be important. And if he was facing some criminal culpability, then maybe that helps to make sense of this all. So,
and there's always some shame associated with suicide or something that you're embarrassed to talk about or discuss, and that's why you do it. So it doesn't take away from the good work that he did while he was helping people in the community, such as the Explorers Program and others. But if he was misappropriating funds, then we'll get the details at 10 a.m.
Speaking of shame, that's something Donald Trump has none of.
Hey.
And his new book, Crippled America, comes out. It's out. He was talking about it a little bit with George Stephanopoulos, Hillary Clinton Foundation or Clinton Foundation Donor Zero on Good Morning America yesterday. And he had this to say about Ben Carson, now that Carson's pulled even with him in at least some of the polls.
It's going to be maybe tight, and I like Ben. I like a lot of the other candidates, too. Some I don't like, to be honest with you.
How do you stop Ben?
I think that Ben just doesn't have the experience. Say, look, I'm going to make the greatest deals you've ever seen on trade. We're going to run the military properly. I'm going to take care of the vets. Ben can't do those things. Ben cannot deal on trade. Ben cannot deal with... It's not his thing, George. You're born with it. It's not his thing. He hasn't got the temperament for it. It's not the right thing for him. And there are right things for him.
Ben Carson doesn't have the temperament for the job. It's funny, even as Carson has made a substantial move in polls in Iowa, in New Hampshire, he's right there with Rubio, who's seen by some as like the presumptive nominee nationally. Everybody just dismisses Ben Carson. I think that's exactly how we would like it, frankly. There seems to be a stickiness to Ben Carson in terms of people's support for him.
Yeah, what is the love with him, the love affair? What is so affable about him that people just truly believe him? Like, he has diehard, he has sicko fans, so to speak, that are just going to, stay with him. They want him to be the nominee. I don't trust him on foreign policy. I don't trust him on our economy. I would trust him if he was performing an operation on my son. He would be the first person in line that I would say, I want you to do this. But how can you do what you do in an operating room and translate those skills into the White House? It's just it's new for me. I don't think a neurosurgeon has ever run for president before.
Yeah, it'd be nice to have somebody smart in the White House. We haven't had that in a while. So I think people underestimate the appeal of a good, honorable, decent, talented man. And people say, well, this individual has all these qualities. He's got qualities that a lot of politicians, the elected office holders, don't have, or certainly don't have in as full a bloom as Ben Carson does. And, maybe if you have that foundation, you can tackle the problems of the country just as well, or if not better, than somebody who's been a senator for 4 years. Maybe that's a level of analysis as we kind of, delve into, like the pundits do, his position on this and his position on that, and his explanation, the level of detail of his explanation on his economic plan and those sorts of things. Maybe it comes down to something simpler where people start from wanting a comfort level with the foundation of the individual, and then let's get to positions and ideas on the particular issues that are of preeminent concern to me. Maybe that's something. I don't know. Candace and DuPage, am I right?
Good morning. When Ben Carson said that when he was asked that question by Glenn Beck about what would he do with the federal school system, and he said that he would make it into like a department to head colleges, about their language or speech language. That was a huge, like a alarm for me, because he still doesn't get it. I mean, he says a lot of great things, but I mean, when somebody says something like that, they don't understand that government is a problem, and it's the fact that he's not willing to get rid of like the federal school system. That was a big no-no to me.
You mean the Department of Education? You mean?
Yeah, Department of Education.
Yeah.
I mean, to make them, they're all a bunch of liberal hacks. Doesn't he know that? To make them the watchdogs over colleges, that's absurd. Who would say that?
Them,
Thanks for the call, Candace.
They're the ones who wrote Common Core and the guidelines for it. They created that program, Arnie Duncan and 3 other Harvard professors. Thank you for making my life hell for 2 years.
John and Carol Stream.
Hey, Dan and Amy. I've got an idea.
Yeah.
I think you guys should buy Jeb a My Pillow.
Yeah.
Why?
He's sleepy, or he needs sleep?
He's going to have a lot of time for it, and he just doesn't have energy.
No, but you know who
Thanks
he does
for the call,
have energy
John.
for? He has energy for his father. He just loves his dad.
I love my dad. I'd kill for him. I'd go to prison for him because I love him so much.
I have a question. Does Jeb Bush love his dad more or less than you love that clip of Jeb Bush? What do you think? Would you kill or go to jail to play that clip?
I would. I love that clip, Dan.
Jeb Bush, he could use a mind pillow maybe for a restful holiday. Trump weighed in on Jeb Bush in no uncertain terms.
Look, Jeb is a nice guy. He's a stiff, okay? He's a nice guy. He doesn't have a chance, all right? He ought to do what Walker did. Walker he should drop out? Oh, absolutely. He's no chance. He's got money, but the money's not going to do it. And he's been branded as a low-energy person. I don't know who branded him. I don't know. I can't imagine.
I love him just straight away calling Jeb Bush. Hey, look, let's just say you hear people laughing in studio behind the camera. It is rather entertaining.
It's true. He uses such old rhetoric too. Grinder and What
No,
are the
no,
other? I eat nails for breakfast. You got to put on your big boy pants.
I got a question because I wasn't clear. Did Jeb Bush say he is a grinder or that he's on Grinder?
It's news, opinion, insight. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
I love the product, and I highly recommend it to anybody.
Boy, oh boy, I feel terrific. Nothing compares with this. It's a great product. I love it. I haven't been sick since I've used it. A little bit more than a year, or just about a year now. Never the case before. I have noticed a remarkable difference.
I don't want to stop using it. It has really kicked into my system. I just believe in it. That's all I can say.
I feel more sustained. It's good. I'm not fatiguing as much.
Really making a difference in my life.
The quality of my sleep has improved exponentially.
They're just awesome.
When you can give your body a full variety of 31 different fruits and vegetables in their 100% natural, whole food form, you receive the unmatched balance of nutrition. Call toll-free 800-2468-751. That's 800-2468-751. Or go online to balanceofnature.com and be sure to enter promo code CHICAGO.
Imagine what you would do if your business had a surplus of utility savings. More than 30% of your building's annual energy use comes from your heating, ventilation, and air conditioning system. Air Comfort, Chicagoland's leading mechanical service provider, understands that you have better things to do with your money. There are new energy incentives offered by Chicagoland's largest utility provider that could help your business save hundreds, even thousands of dollars every month in utility costs. As a preferred partner, Air Comfort works closely with your business. They will identify the opportunities to reduce energy usage, select, purchase, and install equipment, and even help you complete and submit your incentive paperwork. Start saving on your utilities by calling now for your free consultation at 708-345-1900. That's 708-345-1900 or online at aircomfort.com. Air Comfort, a tradition of excellence since 1935.
AM 560, The Answer.
My Pillow, enter promo code JEB. Is that what somebody texted in?
Yeah, that's 847. And from the Amish texter, look, there may be a stickiness to Bill Clinton, but there's a genuine love for Ben Carson. He's a good man. Yes, thank you for clarifying that, Amish.
Speaking of good men, coming up on the program, John Coleman will be here, founder of the Weather Channel, to talk about global warming, or is it climate change? What are we calling it, Dan?
Yeah, well, whatever. And after that, I know Jeb Bush would kill for his father, and Amy would kill to play that Jeb Bush clip. Would you kill for the last piece of chicken? We'll have the answer at 8:48.
But first, let's go back into the newsroom. Here is Mike Scott.
Amy and Dan, good morning. Fog, 56 degrees. It's officially, this morning, presidential primary season in New Hampshire. Democrat Martin O'Malley, Republican Donald Trump, among the first candidates to sign up to get their names on the ballot in that state today. Candidates must meet a few basic requirements, fill out a one-page form, and pay a $1,000 filing fee. New national presidential poll shows Hillary Clinton way out in front of Democrat rivals, but against Republican candidates, she's not doing so well. The Quinnipiac poll shows Clinton would lose to Ben Carson and to Marco Rubio, and even up with Donald Trump. Some political pundits say yesterday's elections bode well for Republicans in 2016. In Kentucky, Matt Bevin becomes the second GOP governor elected in that state in 4 decades, running against Obamacare. Republicans also gained a second term for Mississippi Governor Phil Bryant, cementing their political clout in the South. Marijuana still illegal in Ohio. Voters shooting down an amendment to the state's constitution that would have legalized both the personal and medicinal use of marijuana for those over 21.
Issue 3 was nothing more and nothing less than a business plan to seize control of the recreational marijuana market in Ohio.
Vote No on 3 spokesman Kurt Steiner, an ISIS affiliate in Egypt, not backing away from claims it downed a Russian jetliner over the Sinai Peninsula Saturday. Romania's prime minister this morning is resigning after thousands of Romanians continue to protest the government in the wake of a nightclub fire that has killed at least 30 and critically hurt more than 100. Authorities will announce around 10 a.m. this morning that a Fox Lake police officer whose shooting death led to a massive manhunt in September killed himself. That, according to an official briefed on that investigation. Street violence ending a promising modeling career for a 20-year-old from Evanston, Kaylin Pryor, who was shot and killed in the Inglewood neighborhood. And a woman recovering after she had to jump out of a burning home on the south side. Fire officials say the blaze broke out yesterday morning near 32nd and Throop. The victim escaped by leaping out of a second-floor window, injuring her leg and ankle. Chicago sports, Charlotte pounds the Bulls 130-105. The news, a service of Flu Block. Did you know you have a choice in flu vaccine? This season, ask for Flu Block, the only pure choice, now available at Target and local retailers like Mariano's pharmacies. For more information, go to askforflublock.com or talk to your healthcare professional. A check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
Mike Gallagher sees frustration in the GOP.
You know, I'm being divisive right now because I want to win. I know how to win. That's what I have to do.
There you go. The establishment guys are pulling their hair out over these poll numbers. And the louder they complain, it seems like the higher the numbers go for people like Trump and Ben Carson.
The Mike Gallagher Show. Weekdays at 9, right before Dennis Prager at 11 on AM 560. The Answer.
Exergen Temporal Scanner Thermometer is a must-have for all busy parents. With just one scan to the forehead, Exergen Temporal Scanner Thermometer takes your child's temperature quickly and accurately. Available at Walgreens.
This is Sam Gilberto, president of American Embroidery and Screen Printing and American Marketing Products. We specialize in putting your logo on just about anything. Our focus is entirely on you, our customer. We want every customer experience to be outstanding. American Embroidery and Screen Printing is a brick-and-mortar business located in Glendale Heights. Our equipment and manufacturing processes are state-of-the-art, so are the people who work here. With over 40 years' experience, we have the capability, capacity, and know-how to get your job done right and on time. I want to earn your business, so for a limited time, we're offering free artwork on embroidery and screen printing orders for all new customers. Let us help you gear up for that big trade show, provide shirts or jackets for all your employees, students, or church members, or simply provide you with giveaway items such as coffee mugs, pens, or hats. Whatever it is, you can trust an American to take care of it. It's easy to contact us. TrustInAmerican.com. That's TrustInAmerican.com, or call at 630-766-2825.
8:36 in our ChicagoRadioDeals.com traffic center. Here is Jim Talamonte.
Thanks, Mike. 8094 still has some westbound delays from I-65 to Grant after an earlier crash. The Edens inbound is 31 minutes. Lake Cook to Montrose outbound 32. The Kennedy 57 minutes. O'Hare to downtown outbound 37. About Eisenhower, an hour and 13 minutes. Thorndale to the Loop, 55 minutes from Manheim. Outbound 40 minutes to Thorndale. Stevenson, an hour and 8 minutes. 3:55 to Lakeshore Drive. Outbound now fine. The Ryan is 38 minutes. 95th to downtown. Lakeshore Drive southbound slow Bryn Mawr to Oak. Northbound 18th to Jackson. Northbound Tri-State stop and go. 111th to 47th. The Reagan Tollway to pass North Avenue. Veterans Memorial slow International Parkway to the Reagan Tollway and Army Trail to 290. Southbound 53 has delays. Dundee to Kershaw. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte, AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast from the AirComfort.com Weather Center. Air Comfort, your commercial HVAC solution provider. Low clouds and heavy fog this morning until about 10 a.m. Then the sun begins to shine through. It will be mild this afternoon, high 69 and 57 overnight. Still fog everywhere, 55 O'Hare, 56 along the lake. Next news at 9. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Financial Planning with Jack Tabota, your 401k specialist, whose goal is to protect, preserve, and grow your wealth. Saturday mornings at 7.
AM 560, The Answer.
Good morning and welcome back to the program. Dan, I don't know if you're aware of this, but in Arkansas yesterday, a police sergeant was arrested after he had finally admitted to shooting himself and fabricating a story that resulted in a statewide manhunt last month. 50-year-old police sergeant David Hauser surrendered to the police department yesterday morning, telling authorities that he lied in a report about exchanging gunfire with a suspect who fled from him while driving a sport utility vehicle. The manhunt for this armed and dangerous man. They were looking for a Hispanic with little or no hair. And the local TV stations down there in Arkansas broke into programming and put on the public information officer right away.
Lieutenant Rockefeller, first off, tell me, how is Sergeant Hauser doing at this hour?
He is doing as well as can be expected following a critical incident.
I understand that the bullet grazed his bulletproof vest and possibly even he was saved potentially by a pen that was in his pocket?
He did. The bullet came very close. Thankfully, he was wearing his vest. And
it was all a ruse because apparently he was going to be forced into retirement soon. And they said that he was grappling with some personal issues. So he fabricated this whole shooting, this whole statewide manhunt for a fictitious person in a fictitious vehicle. And he did it because he didn't want to retire, which reminded me of something possibly that happened up here in Fox Lake.
Well, we'll have, it's interesting. It's an interesting comparison. It's strange that people would go to that level because of retirement or identity. I don't know. Obviously, people grappling with serious issues. We'll find out more at 10 o'clock about Lieutenant Glinowitz. But now we turn our attention to the issue of global warming, climate change, whatever description you want. And it's become an issue in the presidential campaign. Chris Christie was asked about it in last week's debate. Probably be an issue in next week's debate because there are great economic implications to climate change. And there are many, including me, who believe that the proponents of carbon taxes and the regulatory state propagate junk science in order to exercise more control over people's economic lives. And as Hayek famously said, to be controlled in your economic pursuits is to be controlled in everything. But don't take my word for it. Let's talk to somebody who knows of what he speaks, the founder of the Weather Channel, iconic Chicago weatherman, John Coleman, who joins us now. John, thanks so much for joining us. Appreciate it.
Well, good morning to you and hi to everybody in Chicago.
We miss you here in Chicago.
What a great city it is. I had a wonderful 20 years there. And the few old people who still remember me, to them, a special hi and good morning.
I grew up watching you, and I'm not too old.
You must have been a little kid in diapers.
Well, John, last week there's this interesting development with respect to a study that was put out that was the basis of which was data that had been collected by NOAA. And members of Congress have been asking NOAA to turn over the data that was used by academics to promulgate the study that suggests that we have dangerous levels of global warming. And NOAA won't turn over the data. Well, what do you make of this story?
Well, the government has turned this whole thing into a political issue. The Democrat Party has accepted it as a fact that the world is under a dangerous global warming, climate change scenario, and the Republican Party has strongly opposed it. I deeply regret that this has become a political issue because it's a science issue. The science shouldn't be mixed with politics, but it's happened, and it's gotten really ugly and really stupid. Now, finally, NASA did put out a report that blew my mind. I don't know how it got out, but it came out that, in fact, Antarctica is adding ice, not in any way diminishing. That means the whole sea level rise thing, the flooding of the coastal cities, all of that is sheer folly and not going to happen.
So the sea level is not rising?
It's rising a tiny amount as it has been ever since the last ice age ended, but it is not. There is no crisis of sea level rise occurring. The rise now is, in fact, a little less than it has been. I mean, we're talking about 6 inches every 100 years, and this is, as I say, a very natural phenomena, has nothing to do with man's activities. The problem is that they've gotten all wrapped up in this thing about carbon dioxide, which is just pure bad science and has failed to verify. And now the president says that the U.S. is going to go to Paris to this big meeting in December and is going to agree to limit our carbon emissions, i.e., our burning of fossil fuel, and that is an ugly, ugly thing for all of us. The climate change scenario adopted by government and pushed on all its government agencies by the Democrat Party, which is in control now, has already cost the average American family about $1,200 a year in additional cost for electricity and food and gasoline. And by the time the president is done, if he does this thing, which would be a violation of the Senate has to approve all international treaties, but he's talking about going in and making an agreement himself and ignoring our Senate.
Right.
And that would run that cost up to about $4,000 a family. I'm so glad that there in Chicago you have the Heartland Institute, which has been a powerful force in trying to stop this global warming silliness. And I join with them in opposing this because it's costing our way of life. I mean, think about the average family with a couple of little kids, and those kids are maybe not getting a new computer to study the internet, or they're not getting clothes or health care or summer vacations because of what we're having to pay in costs to combat global warming, which is a folly, which is not happening.
John, I wonder why you think it is that you have so many credentialed academics that put out this junk science. And of course, there's this famous case going on between Michael Mann and Mark Stein as well, Mann being a good example. And do you think it has anything to do with a substantial portion of the research money that academics at the university level get comes from the government, and so government has a posture on this, and they want to fund academics that are going to go along with it to credentialize the government's position?
Well, of course. Money is so powerful. $4 billion, that's a billion, $4 billion a year of our federal tax dollars are going to research on global warming from the National Science Foundation and from NASA and from the EPA, and that money only goes to scientists who will support the global warming scenario. So that if you're a young scientist, you don't have a choice. You either put out a research report that validates, as they call it, global warming, or you are dead meat. You can't support your family. You can't have a job. You can't get any federal money.
And I don't know if you know the story about the weatherman in France who was fired because he had the same position that you do, that human activity is not creating climate change.
Yes, poor guy. He was one of the most popular weathercasters in all of France.
He was the John Coleman of France.
Yeah, and he put out this book, and bingo, they fired him. It has become an awful, awful scenario.
But they're also teaching it in schools.
I want you to know that this whole thing about 97% of scientists agree is sheer silliness. That survey was totally whacked out. It was a piece of propaganda. There are plenty of thousands and thousands of scientists all over the world who agree that global warming is not a human-caused activity. That carbon dioxide is not a problem. And by the way, the president of Russia, Mr. Putin, has come out as a strong advocate of skepticism over global warming.
And and as you pointed out earlier, the Heartland Institute has done yeoman's work in debunking that whole 97-98% of scientists agree line of argumentation or talking point that the left uses, the Sierra Club uses, and others.
They have organized 10 international conferences on climate change, brought scientists together from all over the world to debunk the global warming scenario. I have been to some of those conferences where they invited me to be a speaker, and they are it's such a thrill to meet with these great scientists from MIT, from Harvard, from UCLA, from all over the world, from the University of Alabama, from Virginia Tech, from Georgia Tech, scientists who know that global warming is not a man-made crisis problem, and we come together and battle. Of course, we're totally ignored by the mainstream media, all of which for political reasons, because it's a Democrat issue.
Well, you won't be ignored.
That's aside.
You won't be ignored by us. It's a thrill to have you on with us, John Coleman, founder of the Weather Channel, of course, iconic Chicago weatherman. John, thanks so much for joining us. Appreciate it.
And don't forget that I was a WIND weatherman.
Oh, that's right. That's right.
Great to be on with you guys. Good morning.
Thanks so much, John.
John Drummond worked here as well.
Bulldog.
So did Ed Kern. A lot of people have worked at WIND. But John Coleman joined us on our turnkey.pro answer line on
Don't
WIND.
miss Freedom Summit Chicago 2015 on November 14th with Sean Hannity, Ann Coulter, Hugh Hewitt, and KT McFarland. Get your tickets at freedomsummitchicago.com.
Fog is slowly lifting, but you have to be patient. Otherwise, we're going to have mostly sunny skies, a high of 70. And tomorrow, another day in the 70s. It will be breezy and nice. Get out and enjoy because we don't know when we're going to see the 70s again. Travel times, hopefully it's better on the roadways. Here's Jim.
Well, Amy, the Eden's 27 minutes. Lake Cook to Montrose outbound 30. The Kennedy 57 minutes. O'Hare to downtown outbound 31. The Eisenhower an hour and 13 minutes. Thorndale to downtown outbound 37 minutes. The Stevenson an hour and 8 minutes. 3:55 to Lakeshore Drive outbound. It's now fine. The Ryan 38 minutes. 95th to downtown. Northbound Tri-States though 87th to 47th. And from the Reagan Tollway to 290. Northbound Veterans Memorial stop and go I-55 to the Reagan Tollway. The other tollways have pretty much cleared up. Jim Talamonte, ChicagoRadioDeals.com, Traffic Center.
Hey, this is your last week to purchase your tickets to Freedom Summit 2015, taking place on Saturday, November 14th at the Westin Chicago Northwest in Itasca.
Where you went to, how many proms there?
I went to 2.
Yeah.
2 proms. But the lineup includes Ann Coulter, Sean Hannity, Hugh Hewitt, KT McFarland, Guy Benson, Katie Pavlich, Dan Proft. So act now and visit freedomsummitchicago.com for more information. But right now, you can win tickets by being caller number
3
to 312-642-5600. Caller number 3, 312-642-5600. And now here's Dan Proft with some upstream ideas.
As advertised, so just happy to be in the lineup there. So nice. You've heard me talking about the new website, upstream-ideas.com. If you haven't checked it out yet, then you're missing thoughtful expository content that you won't find anywhere else. From those who've operated in the political and policy arenas, each week you can watch the latest episode of Against the Current, our long-form interview series with policymakers and opinion leaders. This week, Heritage Foundation Steve Moore. You can also watch Illinois by the Numbers, our video series that breaks down Illinois one number at a time to explain what the policy challenges are, why we have them, and what we can do about them. And you can check out highlights from each Sunday's Illinois Rising program, which tackles state and local politics and policy with deep thinkers from the Illinois Policy Institute and Illinois Opportunity Project. At Upstream Ideas, questions are asked that don't get asked anywhere else. Points of view are heard that are not heard anywhere else. Come to Upstream Ideas to learn how to unfix systems and institutions that are wired against those who play by the rules. No sacred cows, no punches pulled. It's all at upstream-ideas.com.
Homeowners, do you have low water pressure in your shower? Do you get scalded when someone flushes? Many people don't realize that corrosion in their pipes causes these low-pressure problems, not to mention leaks and rusty water, too. But now, all these problems can be solved with one simple solution. Through the process of repiping, we can replace those old corroded pipes with new, high-quality pipes. You'll have great pressure, clean, clear water, be able to take a shower and run the washing machine at the same time. I'm Jeff Butler, owner of Repipe Specialists. We've helped over 30,000 homeowners, and it only takes us 1 or 2 days to completely repipe your home with a lifetime guarantee and on approved credit for as little as $99 a month. Plus, if you sign up by the end of the month, we'll patch your walls for free. Call now for a repipe, free wall patching, a lifetime guarantee, all for as little as $99 a month. Just call 1-800-REPIPING. That's 1-800-REPIPING. 800-737-4746. 800-737-4746.
Are you in foreclosure, behind in the mortgage, underwater with a mortgage? Well, you'd be not alone. In fact, there's 20 million other American families in the same boat as you. And this came about not because these families decided to commit bank fraud, because they were the victims of fraud by the Wall Street investment bankers and the banks that now service the mortgages. But there are some things you do. My partner, I'm Lou Bridges, my partner Scott O and I have put together a firm, a team of people, to help people like you. We apply for modifications, we defend a foreclosure, we apply a restructuring, we explore a short sale, and investors who may buy the home and lease it back to you. But whatever your objectives are, you need to have a competent legal counsel. But whatever you do, people, never give up the land. Fight for truth and justice. You do that, and I guarantee you will never be alone. Call us for a free consultation.
Call 224-513-1231 or visit FightIllinoisForeclosures.com. That's 224-513-1231 or FightIllinoisForeclosures.com.
Coming up next, it's me, Mike Gallagher, right after Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy on AM 560, The Answer.
So, hey, who wants that last piece of chicken? I'll tell you, that's not a question you have to ask Ronaldo Cardoso Rivera of Houston twice, because Mr. Rivera was charged with the murder of Darwin Perez Gonzalez, fighting over the last piece of chicken.
Oh, my God.
Rivera became angry when Gonzalez took the last piece of chicken.
Don't touch my chicken.
Can't we split it?
Oh, you have a chicken shirt on, right?
Los Pollos Hermanos. A group of men had been making dinner and drinking in an apartment, and Rivera got angry, and Gonzalez took the last piece of chicken. It started with a fist fight taken outside to the parking lot.
Of course.
And then Rivera stabbed Gonzalez and fled the scene with the knife. No indication of whether he also grabbed the wing before he fled.
I mean, what is wrong with people?
It must have been some good.
That better
chicken.
been, you know what?
Better have been finger looking good.
Extra crispy.
But let me just quote the late, great Colonel Sanders, who said, "I'm too drunk to taste this chicken."
There's only one radio show in Chicago talking about today's biggest stories and telling you what they really mean. That show is this one, Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560, The Answer.
Tom Thumb Hobby and Crafts, serving hobby and crafting enthusiasts since 1965, has moved and is now open in Niles. After 49 years in Evanston, Tom Thumb is excited to announce their new location at 6001 West Grosse Pointe Road in Niles. Tom Thumb features craft supplies, dollhouses, miniatures, scrapbooking, beads, candle making, and knitting. For the hobbyist, Tom Thumb has trains, model building, architectural supplies, rockets, and pine cars. Tom Thumb is the oldest skateboard shop in Illinois. Come visit Tom Thumb Hobby and Craft at their new location at 6001 West Grosse Pointe Road in Niles. For more information and directions, please visit TomThumbCrafts.com or call 847-869-9575. That's TomThumbCrafts.com or call 847-869-9575. A proud supporter of AM 560 and Feed the Children. Tom Thumb Hobby and Craft, 6001 West Grosse Pointe Road in Niles, and online at TomThumbCrafts.com.
Oh, man, I wish this bag under my eye would just go away. Hey, if that sounds like you every day, you are not alone. Bags and puffiness, small lines under the eyes are a problem for millions of American men and women until now. Introducing the new Genucell Serum with plant stem cell technology from Chamonix. The makers over there at Chamonix use the plant stem cell from a Swiss apple to make your skin glow, feel tight and firm. I use it. I love it. My sister uses it. She looks spectacular. And with its instant effects, which is a separate product, you'll see results in the first 12 hours or your money back. They guarantee it. So call now and save big on Genucell's risk-free introductory offer. Call 800-525-8323. That's 800-525-8323. Call now and you'll get the amazing Esotique face cream as a special gift simply by placing your order. That number again, 800-525-8323. 800-525-8323.
So, I'm retiring today.
Freedom!
I hate goodbyes, so I've hired singers to follow me around and bid my coworkers farewell.
It's John's last day.
Okay, let's get started. Here's Tom.
Your pranks were amazing, despite what HR says.
Next, Susan.
Your homemade cookies blew his mind and diet.
Finally, Dave.
You never judged him for his popcorn burning.
Yeah, I'm gonna miss you guys.
Ready to give your swan song at work? The Mutual Fund Store can help. We'll sit down with you one-on-one to talk about your goals. Then we'll put a plan in place to help get you on track. Finally, we'll keep a close eye on your account to make sure you stay on track. Discover how within reach your retirement could be for you with a free portfolio review and consultation.
Hi, I'm Matt Personette with the Mutual Fund Store in Chicagoland. Call me at 888-498-3636 or visit mutualfundstore.com and let's talk about your financial goals today.
Well, we've had a wonderful time here on AM 560, The Answers Morning Show. Our thanks to David Stripling, the technical director, and Cesar Perez, the executive producer.
Shake and bake.
And thank you, as always, for listening, even though if you don't always agree with me and some of you want to kill me. We'll see you back.
No, metaphorically. We'll have, in about an hour, too, we find out which of your conspiracy theories is supported by the facts.
Yes, and we'll have the audio for you and reaction tomorrow morning, beginning at 5 a.m. But now let's go back into the newsroom. Here is Mike Scott.
Amy and Dan, Illinois police officer's death will be declared a suicide. According to officials in Lake County, we'll have an update on that press conference coming your way at 10 o'clock this morning. A reward growing in the hunt for the killer of a 9-year-old Chicago boy. Hot shooting Hornets hammered the Bulls for their first victory last night, and a huge win for our Northern Illinois Huskies over number 20 Toledo. Low clouds and fog hang around throughout the day. High of 69.
What's happening? Yeah.
That weather guy was funny.
John Coleman is great.
Don't you remember him from?
He elevated his voice. It was
Yeah. 4 billion or whatever he did.
That was good. You got a quick second for me when you're done? It'll take
15.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe
20. Put you on the clock.
What's that?
I'll put you on the clock.
You guys doing a promo or something?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Very big stuff here.
All right. I'll walk over.
You know what? I'm going to talk to Marcus if I'm not. I'm either down there or over here.
Okay.
Where? Where's my thing? Oh, yeah.
Proca? Is that how you say this guy's last name?
It's Pro Hut.
Pro Hut?
Yep.
Chris Pro Hut.
I'm going to need you to go ahead and come in tomorrow. So if you could be here around 9, that would be great. Okay?
Okay. All right, let's get serious here. G.I. Joe is the real American hero. Do I have to throw my G.I. Joe down now, Mom? I'm sorry. I'm very insensitive right now.
As usual, Amy, you're on the wrong side of everything.
I'm so bad. I'm gonna go hang myself. Gonna go asphyxiate myself with a my pillow. But first, I'm gonna tell my dad how much I love him. I love my dad. Okay. Hi, Dan. How are you? Yes. Yeah. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson.
Why did G.I. Joe do it?
We'll have the answer and your calls beginning at 5 AM 560. The answer. And should they take down all the memorials? All the streets of Fox Lake are lined with blue ribbons. It's so they never took them down. Should we dance on his grave? Where should we do
Is that
now?
really the only way to solve this?
Should the family get them?
What's tomorrow?
Tomorrow's
Thursday?
Big Fun Thursday. Victory Thursday, we're going to say. Oh, I got 2 games on the line. What are the chances?
Why don't we do, let's get a presidential talker as well. So we've got Lewis, we've got...
Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson.
Why did G.I. Joe do it?
We'll have the answer and your calls beginning at 5 AM 560. The answer.
I think we woke old man John Coleman up this morning.
I woke up my bladder.
He's in California.
Oh, good Lord.
He was good, though.
I thought sure rocked today. It was crazy. I just said everything I felt. They ain't no fucking black people in
You were
Fox
driving
Lake.
people nuts.
Oh, I don't care. But yeah, I know. I have to write a bunch of emails. And people saying, I just couldn't listen.
That Amy Jacobson, I tell you.
I'm sorry. I'm